Walker, who is the city's arborist, and our interpreters on the call. As of right now, I believe we had 5 people pre-registered to give testimony today. I don't have any of them on the call yet, but I will go live. I don't know, Magistrate, would you like to, because we're not live yet. Do you want to give?
Yeah, if we're ready to start, we can go ahead and go live.
Okay,
I'm sorry. IT said to just hold on for 1 second because he's trying to get Q-list out there.
Okay.
So there's still some IT changes happening. So I'll just touch bases with you all just in a couple more minutes.
Let me know when you guys.
Crystal, is the agenda locked yet?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I'm sure I can. All right. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Don't drop a note from there.
I have a Sonia on the call. Can you please identify who you are? I'm going to unmute your line. Sonia.
I believe that might be me. This is Thierry DeVert Thomas, the Creole interpreter.
Sonia, you are the Creole interpreter?
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm the one showing as Sonia.
Okay, it looks like you are. So I'm going to rename you and add Creole interpreter so we know.
Okay.
Go ahead and rename him.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Quino, Spanish interpreter. I was also named as Sonia. I had to rename myself as Miguel, so I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. We see that. Thank you. Just one more update. The magistrate is stating that we'll give it till 9:10 to begin, just to allow a couple more minutes for those that pre-registered to sign in. Okay, good morning again. We are about to broadcast live, so just making everyone aware, we're about to start the magistrate meeting and we're broadcasting live. Magistrate,
Let me know.
go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. This is a code enforcement hearing for the city of North Miami. Today is September 29th, 2020, and I am Jose Smith, the special magistrate assigned for the cases this morning. The special magistrate is empowered under the Florida statutes and the North Miami Code to hold code violation hearings. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at the property and has been observed and cited by a code enforcement officer. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you won't have anything to worry about. These proceedings are being recorded, so anyone speaking should do it in a loud manner so that we can hear exactly what you're saying. If English is not your primary language, then please let us know. We do have interpreters here at the city that will assist you during these proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner or the agent for the property owner and any witnesses that you may have should announce yourselves and your presence, and we will hear you. When we ask you to speak, please speak directly into the microphone and say your business or mailing address and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present to the city a notarized power of attorney or affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you're aware and understand the violation that is being heard today, and whether you understand what is required of you to comply with the city code. The city will present its case first, And then the property owner or the violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their behalf, to bring witnesses to testify, and to present evidence and photographs, and to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentations, I will issue findings of fact. And if I find that the appeal has merit, I will affirm, I will deny the city's request, and I will find in your favor. If I deny the appeal, then you may be assessed cost and also the fine for that particular violation. We're going to be dealing today with violations or ticket appeals under the city code. If I find sufficient cause to postpone the enforcement or to postpone the case, I will continue it, and you'll have another opportunity to come back. If you do not agree with my findings of fact or my rulings, then the property owner may appeal the order that I enter to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of the administrative order to be. In accordance with Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need to have a transcript of the proceedings. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the applicant. And it is recommended that the person who plans to appeal should provide their own court reporter at the proceedings. The code requires that for the city of North Miami to prevail in prosecuting a case, the city shall present evidence of the violation. And if the city prevails, there will be a cost assessment of $100 per case. Once the city records and an order, once the city records an order, imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. So at this point, I am going to go over to the police officer for the administration, not the administration of the oath, but rather for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand up and put your right hand over your heart. And just repeat together. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Do I turn it over to the clerk at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you're giving testimony on a case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. If you are registered in advance of today's hearing, your case will be given priority. When your case is called, your system will receive notification that it has been given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you did not register in advance and you would like to speak on behalf of a case, when the case is called, I will ask whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raise hand button to be given the ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. I will swear in the translators before we begin. The oath will be administered to parties testifying on behalf of each case individually.
So, you have to look at the translators. You have to translate it.
It's right here.
So get these videos.
So this is the ultimate translators.
So let them know that we're considering the translators. Translators, we're gonna go ahead and move forward with swearing you in first.
Good morning. Would the translator please stand up and put your right hand up? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translation in which you are about to do these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Please say I do.
I do. I do.
Thank you. You may sit.
All code officers giving testimony today, please enter the room for the oath to be administered. Thank you. Code officers.
Let the record reflect that the three officers will be giving testimony before the special magistrate this morning are present and are before me at this point.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God.
I do.
Please say I do.
I do.
They have been sworn. At this point, I will ask the city clerk to announce any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda this morning.
Your magistrate, there are no additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Okay. Very well. So we are proceeding based on the code provisions dealing with civil citations, which are part of the code regulations of the city of North Miami. Please call the first case.
The first case is going to be Rachel Millard, case number CMIS 2020-00011. The property address is 1145 Northeast 135 Street.
Do we have somebody here on behalf of the property? If so, please raise your hand.
Nobody here?
Yes, we do.
We do have somebody?
Rachel Millard.
Okay. For the record, this is case number 4 in today's agenda.
Your magistrate, the city has someone registered on behalf of the property. I'm going to move the person present from attendee to panelist.
Very well. So at this point, I'm going to ask the city attorney to proceed with the presentation of the case.
City calls Officer Karen Jean Lewis as its primary witness.
Present.
Okay, we're ready to proceed. Again, this is case number CTMIS 2020-00011, Rachel Millard, property address 1145 Northeast 135th Street. You may proceed.
I'm not sure we need to swear in the
witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. Mr. Millard, please raise your right hand. Mr. Millard, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Millard?
Mr. Millard, are you able to hear the city? Can you chat with us in the box? Okay, hello. I was able to hear, but you can't hear me. You should have a mute button at the bottom of your screen.
Unmuted.
You need to unmute yourself.
Mr. Millard, can you speak to see if we can hear you? Mr. Millard, can you speak to see if we can hear you, please?
Is there a phone number that he or she might use?
Okay. Do you have a telephone number that we can call you to give audio? And we'll leave the video on, but we can call you on a cell to give, so that you can give your testimony. Let me type in. Right. Let's, Magistrate, can we maybe work
You
with
want to
this
put it
one?
off?
Yeah.
Go on to the next one?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure out the audio and move to the next
Yeah,
one.
and perhaps somebody might want to give him a telephone call
Yeah, we'll do
to,
that.
if there's a problem with his computer, we can fix it.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. That's,
Oh, he just provided the phone. You said to call him. You want to go ahead?
we can, okay, he's giving a number. We can try to ring him real quick and see if I
Okay.
can get him on audio here. I think 208, 2201.
No, he's the 305 number, 807-8501.
Okay. 305,
807.
807.
He says he's not Mr. Millard.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Millard?
Hello?
Okay. Hi, this is Crystal Patterson with the City of North Miami. We can hear you now.
How you do?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and, your audio is gonna be available for everyone on the call to hear, so I'm just gonna put the phone in the center of the room.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand so I can administer an oath to you? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give on these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, sir, I'm Jose Smith. I'm the special magistrate. At this point, I'm going to ask, you are the property owner.
Yes, I am.
And are you the person that filed this administrative appeal?
Yes.
Okay, you understand the violation that has been issued against your property?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, so at this point, I am going to ask Jennifer Warren, the Assistant City Attorney, to present the case on behalf of the city.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I get the witness to please state your name and job title with the City of North Miami for the record?
Good morning. My name is Karen Jean Lewis, and I'm a code compliance officer with the City of North Miami.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. On or about April 16th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13365 to Rachel Millard and Rem Emmanuel Millien?
Yes.
Can you confirm that this is the ticket that you issued?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the nature of the violation is for which you issued this ticket?
This ticket was issued for a short-term rental advertisement on TripAdvisor.com.
And how did you come upon this violation?
The office clerk does research for short-term rental, and it was forwarded to me. I pulled up the link, saw that the property was being advertised, and then I issued the ticket.
Did you have an opportunity to personally view the alleged advertisement?
I took a look at the link, which is written on the ticket.
On my share screen, can you confirm that this is the short-term rental advertisement for which you issued your civil violation ticket?
This looks like it, yes.
And what does the advertisement consist of?
It shows that there's an apartment available to be rented. The screen's a little blurry. I can't see exactly what it says from here, but that looks about like what I saw on the day that I issued the ticket.
Does it advertise a specific time period for rental?
From here, I cannot see if there's like a specific time period.
I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Perhaps this may be able to help.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Does the advertisement indicate that the time period for rental is for a period of 3 months or longer?
From this listing, I do not see that here. No.
The advertisement indicate be available.
No, I do not see that.
Are you familiar with the website TripAdvisor.com?
No.
Is this the type? I'm sorry?
Getting the exhibit back to read it.
Is this the type of website that is customarily used for long-term tenancies?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know.
Is it considered a violation of the city's code for a property owner to advertise their property for a rental period of shorter than 3 months?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you cite the provision of the city code that governs advertising for short-term rental? Either the attorney or the witness. It's on the citation notice.
I have it in front of me, sorry. Chapter 29, Section 5-1610. It says that it shall be unlawful for the owner of a single-family dwelling, including townhouses located in a residential district, to rent or appears to be cut off. The rest of the.
Okay, I may have given you the wrong section.
It says, any advertisement that promotes the occupancy or use of a single-family residential property for a period of less than 3 months as prohibited by Section 5-160 of the city's land development regulations is prohibited.
Okay. Any further questions of the code officer?
Not from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Millard?
Yes.
Any response?
Sure. My property is listed as 3 months or more. So what I believe is the clerk officer did not go through my listing. They only saw my property listed and advertised in the TripAdvisor. But I would do respect and I follow the rules of City of North Miami. No less than 3 months. So my property is registered and listing in TripAdvisor for 3 months or more.
Where in the platform do you show advertising for 3 months or longer?
Well, when you go through under calendar in the platform calendar, it will tell you time, stay, and it tells you it's the platform designed for this 3 months or less.
I don't see it. I'm looking at the
TripAdvisor.
I have the TripAdvisor listing, which is an exhibit in your case, and I don't see any time restriction. Can you show it to me?
There is a time restriction.
Where is it?
There's a time restriction.
Can you show it to me?
I sent that date when I appealed. They asked me to send that page, and I did. I sent it. I emailed it.
Does anybody have it?
I emailed it, and let's say you go to my if you go to my listing page, and then I have that restriction: 3 months or more, not less. 3 months or more.
Yeah, but the problem I have is I don't have that in front of me.
It's 3 months or less. I sent an email because I was asked to send an email to send a proof, and I sent it. I sent that email. I sent it to Karen Jen Lewis, to Officer Karen Jen Lewis, and I CC it to another officer. I mean, not another officer, supervisor or so.
Well,
all of short-term rental, Airbnb, they are all for 3 months or more, not less. And I do advertise, but not for less than 3 months.
Did you rent the property?
And at that time, I wasn't. The property was not even rented because of the COVID, and the snow. It was in April, and we were in the middle of COVID, and nothing.
Okay. Any response from the city attorney?
Request for the officer to provide any clarification as to whether you received any emails indicating that this property was being rented for a time period of 3 months or more.
I don't have any recent emails from the property owner. I don't know if maybe it was
not
sent.
Not recent. That was back in May. I sent that, and this was sent.
All right. This is what I'm going to do with your case, Mr. Millard. We are going to continue this hearing pending your providing the city of North Miami with evidence that the listing was for more than 3 months. If you fail to provide that evidence to the city, then the code enforcement officer will bring the case back at the next regularly scheduled meeting for determination. But unless I see proof that you intended to rent the property for a period greater than 3 months, unless you have proof to that effect, I'm going to find...
I'm sorry, I did not rent it. I advertised it.
Okay, I understand. Good point. Good point. I understand. You need to provide proof that it was for a period of longer than 3 months.
The same thing. If the city can see my property advertised on TripAdvisor, they can go through the link.
Point of clarification, Your Honor.
Yes.
The link, and then check to see my regulation, because otherwise I'm going to go back and forth with you guys, and this is not the first time.
Point of clarification, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yes.
It is just a little bit frustrating for me going back and forth with this. And if you want to give me a citation, I believe you should just go through all the way and see my calendar of everything. Go through, go to TripAdvisor, and then you'll find it. And this is a very simple thing.
Yes, let me hear from the city. Sir,
the same thing.
Okay, let's not repeat ourselves. Let me hear from the city attorney.
The city is okay with the magistrate's ruling, with the caveat that any proof or evidence provided by Mr. Millard should be dated at a time period prior to the issuance of the civil violation ticket, because the city's burden is to prove that the violation did occur on the date and time that the ticket was issued. After the fact, remediation or changing of the advertisement would not disturb this ticket.
Mr. Millard, do you understand what the city attorney just said?
Can you please repeat it again?
Go ahead, you do it.
That any evidence that you were to provide should be dated and time-stamped prior to the date that the ticket was issued. Meaning that if you updated your listing after you received the ticket, that would not be sufficient evidence to overturn this ticket.
I can't go back to prior, because it's an advertisement. It's there. I can't go back to prior. The city should have done this research and checked it. And it is. And then what else I can do? I can't do anything.
Sir, the advertisement that is before me today is not limited to rentals of more than 3 months. If you cannot provide evidence that you were advertising for a longer period than 3 months, then I have to affirm the violation.
That is very unfair, because that is not correct. That is not right.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to demonstrate that you were advertising
the city attorney just said I have to provide the prior date before the citation was issued.
No, the city attorney is saying that anything after the citation was issued is not relevant.
Exactly. I won't be able to get this information.
You will not be able to provide any evidence.
If you look into my, I won't be able to, because I never rented through TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor is not a very popular site. It was there, just in case, but it's not.
Sir, I'm giving you a final opportunity to demonstrate to me that your advertisement was for more than 4 months. If you're not able to demonstrate that to me, I'm going to have to affirm the violation.
Okay, I'll demonstrate it. I'll send it to you.
Okay, so we'll put this off another meeting, and then
this was already done. I'm gonna we sent this email. This email is there.
Send it, but it must demonstrate that your advertisement at the time of the violation was for a 3-month period or longer. You understand that?
So how much is that violation? $500?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the city wants me to pay $500, I will pay because that is wrong, and I'm pretty sure it is wrong. Okay.
Well, if the city is wrong, I'm giving you an opportunity to show me that the city is wrong. Are you going to avail yourself of that opportunity?
And I'm going to resend the email. Yes.
Okay.
I will.
So we will continue this case until the next calendar.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Next case.
The next case on the agenda is American Property Investment Group LLC. Case number CTB PR 2020-00051, address 13506 Northeast 24th Place. If you are present, please raise your hand so that we know that you're here.
If I have Leslie Da Silva, I'm going to move you from an attendee into a panelist to speak on behalf of the property.
Okay. Who's present on behalf of American Property Investment Group?
I am. I'm the owner.
Let me give it to you.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Leslie Da Silva.
Okay. Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Da Silva, there's someone with you that raised his hand. Who is
Yes.
that?
He's my son.
I'm a witness.
Okay. What is your name, sir?
My name is Julian Becker.
Julian?
Yep.
Okay. And your property address is what?
13506 Northeast 24th Place, North Miami.
Okay. You received a notice of violation from the city of North Miami.
Yes, sir.
You've had a chance to see it?
Did I see this violation? Yes, I did see the violation.
Do you understand the charges against you?
It's about a bathroom construction de baño.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant City Attorney, Jennifer Warren, to present the city's case.
Thank you. Can I have the witness please state your name and job title for the record?
Leslie Da Silva, and
no.
I am a... Sorry?
No, are we going to put on the code officer first?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm asking the code officer to state her name and job title for the record.
Okay, the city's going to go first, and then you're going to have an opportunity to present your case.
Okay.
Mr. Silva. Okay.
Okay.
Can I please have the witness state your name and job title for the record?
Good morning. My name is Karen Jean Lewis, and I'm a code compliance officer for the city of North Miami.
And Officer Jean Lewis, on or about July 9th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13700 to Leslie Da Silva and Virginia Ricari? Were you able to hear me, Officer Jean Lewis?
Yes, I
Did
did.
you issue ticket on July 9th? Did you issue civil violation ticket number 13700?
You need to
Can you share
answer
your
out
screen,
loud.
please?
There you go.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this ticket?
Yes.
Did you issue this ticket?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the nature of the violation is for why you issued this ticket?
I received the complaint in reference to work being done at the listed property, 13506 Northeast 24 Place. And upon arrival, I noticed there was a box outside that showed like I believe it was a toilet. There was construction material. There was a saw outside. As I was approaching the property, someone went in and closed the door, and I was unable to make contact with them, so I issued the ticket for work without a permit.
And what part of the city's code did you issue the ticket for? What was the violation for?
5-32.
And is that for building without a permit?
Yes.
Were you able to take pictures of the items that you stated that you saw?
Yes.
Can you confirm that this photograph that is on my screen and is dated July 9th, 2020 was taken by you?
Yes.
What is shown and depicted in this photograph?
In the picture, you will see construction material located outside. There's a box, it says Glacier Bay, which manufactures restroom, like toilets and things of that, sinks and things like that. I believe there's another picture where you'll see the saw or the setup for whatever they were cutting or working on.
Is this the picture that you're referring to?
Yes.
Do you see any additional items to indicate what they were cutting, such as tile?
I can't really see, but it's evident that something was being done at the property. And based off of the box that I saw, that's the reason why I wrote bathroom renovation, but I don't know exactly what was being done. Because as I stated before, as I approached the property, someone was outside, but they went inside and I was unable to make contact with them.
And are bathroom renovations the type of work which would require a building permit under the city's code?
Yes.
And is it considered a violation of the city's code to start construction without obtaining a permit?
Correct. Yes.
Did you perform a search of the city's building records to see whether there was a permit on file for any type of work being completed at the property?
Yes.
Did you find any permits on file for any type of work?
At that property, no.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Da Silva, how do you respond?
Okay. Well, I'm a first-time home buyer. I never knew that I have a townhouse, but it's not under an association. And I didn't realize that I had to even have a permit to replace tile, to be quite honest, you know? So this is more of not knowing. Also, when this happened, I mean, I had an inspection in my house. This house is very old. And the walls came rumbling down from nowhere. Little did I know that the way that they had reconstructed the appearance so they can sell it was just enough for me to buy the house. I didn't know that the showers had been basically glued on with some type of tile adhesive. I'm sorry to go into it so much, but it's an adhesive it's not strong enough to hold the type of tile that is like really, really big. And it just came crashing down completely. And as the days progressed, it got worse, and it kept on like coming down from not only my shower, but it kept on coming down onto the toilets. It crashed into my toilets, and at that moment, I didn't have money. And due to this whole COVID thing, when I finally got the opportunity to get people to do this, to fix a shower, it's like almost impossible. And due to as a therapist, one of my client's husbands, you know, did me a favor to fix the situation because I needed somewhere to like get, you know, basically like this fixed, you know, and my house is very, very old. And I didn't know about all the all this stuff about the inspection or the permits due to the fact that I mean, I'm a homeowner, but I mean, I'm new to this, and also, like I said, I didn't know that I had to run through a permit just to change tile, which at that moment I didn't know. I really didn't know. So now what I'm trying to do is just basically appeal this, because if I could have another opportunity, knowing now that everything has to be through the city, I had no idea. And as a matter of fact, it was my son and my cousin who's showing there. I don't know why she can't, they heard it crashing down when the tile started coming down from my bathroom. It just came down, just imagine if someone's in the shower and these big, huge tiles come rumbling down.
You said you did an inspection before you bought the property?
Yes, sir, I did. I did do an inspection. And the thing is that they have, I'm sorry.
I want to know if an inspection was done, didn't it reflect the condition of the bathroom?
No. As a matter of fact, they have different prices, okay? And some of them, they use this laser for mold and I don't know what, and I'm a single mother trying to buy a house, and I had the opportunity to buy one, and I'm trying to keep my costs as possible so that I can buy this house. And if I would have known the condition that this house is in, I mean, it's like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like there's plaster, or whatever that's called, that white stuff everywhere. I didn't know this stuff until now. And having this happen, I'm stuck. I'm like, here, I got, one of the things that also has happened is that I'm without work. I got COVID during this time. I'm without work and I'm trying to I'm trying to have a shower, I'm trying to go into my bathroom and I'm scared to even walk around this house now. And the inspection did not tell me that this is that this can happen. The walls fell.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, any cross or any response?
No, Your Honor. Unfortunately, the homeowner is admitted to the violation in her testimony, so there's no need for us to question.
Okay. What is my discretion insofar as the penalty? Is it all or nothing, or is there some leeway that we can exercise some discretion based on the condition of the house and the individual's financial situation?
The city would ask for you to affirm the ticket based off of the evidence presented. However, it's within your discretion whether or not you want to waive costs or look at the face value of the ticket amount as far as giving any kind of leniency.
All right, I am going to reduce the fine to $250 and waive cost. And ma'am, I encourage you strongly to get someone who is licensed and who is able to go in there and make whatever repairs are necessary. If it is not done, you could be cited once again, and next time I won't be that lenient.
Thank you very much. Very, very much. I have one quick question. So anything, I mean, at this point, I don't even know, everything that I have to do change wise, everything paint, I have to do so many things. Everything has to be done through the city.
You need to get a contractor to come to the city with plans and get a building permit from the building department in order to do the work that is necessary to restore the house and make it safe.
Okay, so, all right, so this is I'm sorry, I'm English. One project at a time. I can't afford everything right now. I've been without work, seriously, 6 months. I'm a massage therapist, so the first person that they let go of was...
You need to discuss that with the building official, the building department, as to what is required, what can wait, and what needs to be done right now, because the building department can declare your house an unsafe structure, which would be a worse situation for you.
Right. Okay. So I'm paying the permit $250. I'm sorry, the citation $250, and I have to start getting a contractor to come into the house, and I have to start from the top going down, from the ceiling down. So I'm going to start getting. Okay.
Whatever you need to do, you need to come to the city with a general contractor or an architect or an engineer to get any work done legally.
To the house. Got you. Thank you very much. And
You're
I pay
welcome.
it. And this ticket, I pay it. Go to the city. Where do I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous here.
Madam Clerk, what does she need to do to comply with my ruling?
You would come to the Code Compliance Department. We're located at 811 Northeast 125 Street, and you can pay the ticket there.
200. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. No, gracias. Bye.
Bye. Next case.
The next case on calendar is Pedro Mendoza. The case number is CTB 2020-00021. The address is 13470 Northeast 16th Avenue. If you are
Mr. Mendoza, I have promoted you from an attendee to a panelist. So all you'll need to do is
You're good.
Sir, I'm going to administer the oath to you. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mendoza, what is your relationship to the property in question?
Well, good morning, Your Honor. My name is Pedro Mendoza. I'm making a special appearance as a property owner for 13470 Northwest 60th Avenue.
Did you receive the violation notice in question?
I comprehend your words, but I do not understand the violation.
Okay, did you get a violation?
I received a notice on my door a couple of days ago, yes.
Okay. Do you understand the charges against the property?
Again, Your Honor, I understand your words. I do not understand the violation.
Okay, you're being charged with doing illegal construction at the residence. Do you understand that?
Once again, Your Honor, I comprehend your words, but I do not understand the violation.
Okay, very well. Let's hear from the city attorney and the...
I could get the witness to please state your name and job title for the record.
Mr. Code Officer.
Mr. Clark, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And Officer Clark, I'm sharing my screen with you. On or about April 6th of 2020, did you issue ticket number 12174 to Pedro Mendoza?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the ticket on my screen is the ticket that you issued?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain what the nature of the violation is for why you issued this ticket?
We actually erected a separate building on the property in question.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I found out the violation in passing my daily routine checks in my zone.
And while doing your daily check, what did you witness?
I witnessed the second structure being built in progress. Actually, it was quite along pretty well as far as the building completion part, all the way to minus the roof structure. It was already erected when I saw it.
And did you have an opportunity to take any photographs of the violation?
Yes.
I'm again sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that this photograph was taken by you?
Yes.
What is depicted in this photograph?
A second building on the property being erected.
I'm going to move the screen up. Is this the structure that you're referring to?
Yes.
And is the construction of a building structure the type of work which would require a building permit in the city's code?
Yes.
Did you perform a search of the city's records to ascertain as to whether or not there was a permit on file for the construction of this structure?
Yes, and there was.
On the day and time that you issued this ticket, there was no permit on file for this structure?
Correct.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendoza, you've had a chance now to see the pictures that have been put into evidence, reflecting what appears to be an addition or a second structure to your house. What is your response?
Your Honor, before I continue, are we able to cross-examine?
Yeah, but my question to you is, what is your response to to what you witnessed in those exhibits?
Well, I'm going to give some testimony here. Mr. Court Enforcement Officer, I believe, Wayne Anthony Clark, issued a citation regarding some code of North Miami 5-32, which says it shall be unlawful to start any construction in the city without first obtaining a permit, which shall prominently be displayed on the premises of property and paying the required fee. Now, this is dealing with Article 5, which is part of a larger article. And at the beginning, it states 5-3, the adoption of the Florida Building Code, which says that it shall be the building code for the city. So making some cross-reference to the Florida Building Code 2020, I'm looking at Chapter 1, 102.1, where there's a conflict between a general requirement and a specific requirement. The specific requirement shall be applicable. Reading down there on 102.1.1, the Florida Building Code does not apply to, and no code enforcement action shall be brought with respect to zoning, land use, owner specifications, which do not pertain to and govern the design, the construction, the erection, the alteration, the modification, repair, or demolition of public or private buildings that do not pertain to enforcement of the Florida Building Code. I'm dealing now with exemptions as well. 102.2, building. The Florida building structures and facilities are exempt from the Florida Building Code. Further exemptions shall be determined by the legislature or provided by law. I'm going to the Florida State Constitution here, Section 2. All natural persons shall have the right to acquire, possess, protect property. Section 9. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Section 10. Prohibited law, no bills of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contract shall be passed. The U.S. Constitution reasserts this basic right, 14th Amendment, Section 1. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the U.S. The state shall not deprive any person or life, liberty, or property without due process, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. So right now we're dealing with something called business situs or situs, which is the location of a crime or a business. Mr. Wayne Anthony Clark is enforcing code, commercial code, into private property. And so I just recommend him that he reassesses his violation, and I motion the magistrate to dismiss with prejudice for failure to state a cause of action for which relief may be granted.
Sir, that's well understood. Just so that you understand the process, this is a code enforcement hearing. We're not here to consider constitutional issues or any other matter except the code of the city of North Miami. I have no authority to weigh in on any of the comments that you made. Those issues must be addressed in another forum. Before us right now is whether or not, in accordance with the code of the city of North Miami, you were engaged in doing construction work without a permit. That is the issue. You need to address that issue and leave all of the constitutional issues to another forum, not this one. Were you doing the city of North Miami without a permit? Yes or no?
The municipal code has to be in accordance with the state constitution. It's the supreme law. So the only way
you're not hearing me, sir. You're not hearing me. Were you doing work at your residence, building work, without a building permit? It's that simple, yes or no?
Your Honor, under General Counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment to self-incrimination and respectfully decline to answer your question.
Okay, so no rebutting evidence to the charge. Madam City Attorney, what's your response?
Your Honor, the evidence, the pictures and the photo array clearly show work being done without a permit. And you do have the testimony from the officer showing that there is no permit on file for the construction of the structure. So, Your Honor, the city would ask that you affirm the ticket with costs.
All right. My ruling is that the appeal is denied. I affirm the ticket and assess costs against the property owner. Next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next case on the agenda is Christopher P. Sanger, case number CTSTR 2020-00009, property address 2076 Northeast 121 Road.
Anybody present?
Yes,
For the
yes, Special Magistrate, I just gave access.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Attorney, can you confirm whether or not the property owner is on the call?
The property owner is not on the call. I'm here as counsel.
Okay, Mr. Marrero, please state your name and your position with regards to this violation.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas, here on behalf of the property owner.
Okay. You've had a chance to look at the violation?
Well, Your Honor, just before we continue, we received the notice of hearing. My client asked me to appear. I had asked, all I have is a ticket. I had requested from the city last week to provide me, because we just got the notice, and then we appealed it. I requested for all supporting documentation. All I have is the ticket. So I don't know if there's anything else on file, but it has not been provided to me. So all I have seen is a ticket for a date that my client says he or nobody else was there.
All right, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to the merits. I just wanted to know whether you had notice of the violation.
We have notice of the violation.
Okay. And was your client provided notice of the violation?
Yes.
Okay. Let me turn it over to Ms. Warren to present on behalf of the city.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just point of reference for this particular case, the city has two witnesses. We have the lead officer, who is the code officer issuing the ticket, as well as the police officer who responded to the property. So can I get the first witness to please state your name and title for the record?
Good morning. My name is Karen Jean Lewis, Code Compliance Officer for the City of North Miami.
Thank you. And Ms. Lewis, I'm sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that on or about July 9th of 2020, you issued ticket number 13776 to Christopher Sanger and Douglas Griffith?
Yes.
What is the nature of the violation for why you issued this ticket?
This ticket was issued for short-term rental. I received a copy of the police report from the North Miami Police Department, where two officers responded to a call at that property. Upon receiving the copy of the police report, I proceeded to issue the ticket.
Your Honor, is there anything in the file other than this ticket?
Yes, there is.
Because, Your Honor, I would move to at the very least continue. I requested last week from the city copies of all supporting documentation. All I was given was the ticket. So I didn't even, and my client told me that they were not, and to their understanding, nobody was at the property on this day. If there was something else, I would like an opportunity to review it and discuss with my client. But I was not provided this incident report or any other documentation other than the ticket.
Your Honor, in that matter, we would rather proceed And if it means that the incident report is not considered today, that is fine, because we do have the officer who was on scene at the date and time of the incident here to testify. So we don't necessarily need to rely on documentary evidence. At this point, we have secured the officer, and the city has gone through considerable expense to take this officer off the road to come in and testify at this morning's proceedings. So the city would wish to proceed with the testimony of the officer if there's an objection to the incident report coming in as evidence.
Your Honor, I appreciate that the city may have spent funds to get the person here, but I think it's patently unfair and a violation of due process if I request documentation in the file and it's not provided, and then we're proceeding with a hearing. I didn't know what the basis of the violation was. All I got was a ticket that said the word short-term rental violation. And how am I supposed to duly prepare for a hearing if there's items in the file that aren't provided?
Mr. Marrero, I had a chance to log into the city's website last week and downloaded the agenda. Your case, your client's case is on there with links to all the different documents that are relevant to the citation. So if I was able to do that from my house last week, why were you not able to do the same?
Frankly, Your Honor, I was unaware that that was online. Again, it wasn't that the city did not respond to me. They responded with the ticket. I said, please provide me with also, and I can read you the email. If they could have easily said, it's on the website, here's a link. They could have provided me the information, but they chose not to do either. I did not know it was online. Frankly, I would have loved to have gotten it. I'm happy to continue to the next date, but I just feel this is unfair.
I'm gonna allow the city to proceed. So, counsel for the city, why don't you put on your witnesses, and then I'm going to hear from Mr. Marrero and his defense, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Jean Lewis, is this the incident report that you were referring to in your testimony?
Yes.
How did you become aware of this incident report?
The incident report was sent over by the record supervisor from the North Miami Police Department.
And what is police incident report number 2020-000-30136? What does the narrative indicate?
It indicates that on July 7th, 2020, Officer Hippolyte and Officer Mirja responded to the property, 2076 Northeast 121 Road.
Can you repeat the date?
July 7th, 2020.
Okay.
They responded to the property in reference to a complaint about guests at the listed address, which is 2076 Northeast 121 Road. Upon making contact at the property, they made contact with a Joel Dillon, who advised that he rented the property for his birthday from July the 5th until July the 8th. And Mr. Dillon advised that he rented the property via third party and paid approximately $3,500.
And is it considered a violation of the city's code to rent a property for a time period of shorter than 3 months?
Yes.
And is this the basis for you issuing the ticket?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor. I believe the bulk of the city's questions will be for Officer Hippolyte.
Okay. How did you effectuate service, Ms. Jean-Louise? What process did you use to serve the property owner?
Upon issuing the ticket, a copy of the ticket was posted to the property with a timestamp photo taken, and another copy was mailed to the property owner using the mailing address listed on Property Appraiser.
And when was that? When did you actually issue the violation and posted it?
I see that for reference. Give you the date. The ticket was posted Thursday, July 9th, 2020 at 2:52 p.m.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Could I cross-examine, Your Honor, the witness?
Absolutely. Go right ahead, Mr. Marrero.
Ms. Jen Luis, could you take a look at the violation, please, that you issued ticket? Right above the box where it says short-term rental violation, can you read to me the section that starts with this summons?
It says this summons you to answer the complaint on 7/9/20 at 2:48 p.m. You committed a violation of the City of North Miami Code Section Chapter 29, 5-1610.
Right. And didn't you just testify that the violation is alleged to have been committed on a different date?
Yes, upon receiving the copy of the police report, which is dated 7/7/20, I received it on the 9th. I responded the same day and issued the ticket. So that's the reason why it has the date July 9th, 2020, when I responded to the property and issued it. And I also included a copy of the report when I mailed it out to the owner.
So no violation, in fact, occurred on July 9th, 2020 at 2:48 p.m.?
The issuance of the ticket is what occurred on July 9th, 2020 at 2:48 p.m.
Right. And again, the issuance
violation.
The issuance of the ticket, there's a date for that, and that goes in the bottom right where you sign your name and say the date the ticket was issued. However, the box that had you read, that's supposed to be when the violation occurred. Sometimes tickets are issued days after the actual occurrence of the violation, but what this ticket says is this summons you to answer that on July 9th, 2020 at 2:48 p.m., you committed a violation of the ordinance. That is supposed to be the time of the violation. So again, Your Honor, my client reviewed this and advised me that nobody was at the property July 9th, neither him nor anyone, nor his tenant. He has a tenant, and if I could have spoken to that tenant to see if there was any activity or anybody there on another date, but I asked him about this particular date. And it says the violation was committed on July 9th, 2020, and there's been no testimony that any violation occurred on July 9th, 2020. So that would be the end of my questioning for this witness.
Okay. Next witness.
Next witness the city will call is Officer Hippolyte.
Is the witness sworn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Can I get the witness to state your name and job title for the record?
Good morning, Officer Hippolyte, officer with the City of North Miami, ID number 420.
And Officer Hippolyte, on or about July 7th of 2020, did you respond to property address 2076 Northeast 121 Road?
Yes, I did.
What did you find upon arrival?
On July 7th, 2020, about 1400 hours, I responded to San Souci gated community, which is a community that I patrol. Made contact with some residents who were complaining about vehicles speeding down the road, and also numerous luxury vehicles seen at a known short rental property. I responded to 2076 Northeast 121 Road and observed several luxury vehicles parked in the driveway and some noise coming from the back of the residence. Myself and Officer Merja knocked at the door and made contact with a white Hispanic male, or I'll say white male, Joel, who was identified as Joel DeLone, who advised that he rented the property to a third party and he was there for his birthday. He provided his birthday as July 6th. He rented the property for 3 days and he paid a total of $3,500. Mr. DeLone was also with 6 of his friends along with their girlfriends. So there were a total of 14 people inside of the house, male and female. So I explained to him the reason of us being there, not only for the noise ordinance neighbors were complaining about vehicles speeding, about vehicle in the driveway, but most importantly, about the house being occupied by a group of people while they know that they are not supposed to be there because of short-term rental. Mr. Joel admitted that he rented to a third party. He told me how much he paid and advised that he was only there for 3 days. It was all documented and also was taken. My body-worn camera was activated, so all this was captivated on the body-worn camera.
So your interaction with Mr. Dillon, where he makes the statements that he rented the property for 3 days for the amount of $3,500, was captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am. On mine and Officer Merger's.
Your Honor, at this time, the city would request that Your Honor view the body-worn camera footage if it's available and, able to be shared.
Is it available?
Yes, it is.
All right, play it. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, good.
While we're waiting on the body cam video, officer, did you note the address of the individual that you spoke with?
Yes, sir.
What is his address?
I'm checking on my report. It was an address up in Massachusetts. The address provided was 664 Western Avenue in Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay.
We're ready, Special Magistrate.
All right, go ahead. You can explain, officer, as we go through the video.
This is my body-worn camera. That was one of the gentlemen who had just pulled up. As you can see, some Lamborghinis, and I wrote, I'm verifying my report, some Bentleys and one Nissan. This is myself and Officer Merja walking up to the property. We made contact with this gentleman, explained him the reason we were here, about all those complaints that we have received, and he will be leading us to Mr. Dillon, or who was inside of the property. So we are talking to him, interacting with him, and explaining him the reason that we were on the scene.
We're just trying to unmute Magistrate.
Is there more?
There's audio.
Yes. He will be leading us to the front door.
Sorry, we're just going to fix the audio, Special Magistrate.
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
No. The first one goes. Yeah.
Open here. This will be the same thing. Just for this. Complete here. Is it first over? And I would explain.
No. Well, if the video is not available, then he can explain what he heard and what he saw.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe the officers explained it. I think the video is just going to, further show what he's already explained. That's not going to be my argument. Has very little to do with what he's testified. I'm happy to wait, but I don't want to keep you.
All right, let's wait another minute and then we'll proceed. I'm not going to keep the city attorney from showing me video that she believes is relevant to her case. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Can't do anything about the sound right now.
There's no audio.
I heard it happen earlier.
He's turning it on because we had it on their computer.
Oh.
We don't hear anything, so.
No audio?
No, I don't want to spend the whole time trying to troubleshoot it.
Okay, so there's no audio. No, Magistrate, there's.
All right, let's proceed with whatever we have with video, and then let's, officer, if you could just tell us what happened later.
I'll take.
It's first.
So no audio?
All right. Why don't you narrate for us what happened as you were there witnessing the situation?
The male I was speaking to was the last one seen driving. We spoke to him and he led us to Mr. Dillon, who is the male with the white tank top on the left with a full beard. I spoke to him, explained to him the reason I was here, and obviously received several calls by the neighbors about vehicles driving, racing up and down the street. This is a residential area, and also about the loud noise coming from the back, especially during evening hours. There was a canal in the back where obviously sound travels, so houses even outside of the community complaining about loud music. And we started talking about the rental property. Spoke to him about the rental property. I explained to him that he told me that he rented it to a third party. I pulled out my notes, and that's me taking information from him. I explained to him that he was not in trouble with the city, because if he paid for services, he's there. I'm not going to kick him out. I'm not here to evict him. However, if he would please provide me with the information how he rented the property. He explained to me that he rented the property to a third party.
From or to?
I'm sorry, from a third party. He didn't have the information with him. Let me share.
664 Western like Western or Western? Okay, Western Ave in Boston.
Yep.
What's the zip code? 01905. A phone number for you? 857 452 0943. And when did you arrive here?
Sunday, I believe.
Sunday? So you are here from Sunday to Tuesday, to Wednesday. Okay. Good. How you doing, man? Good.
It's not rentable. It's a good guess. Guess for Jamie. Yeah, guess for Jamie.
We deal with this all the time. Don't worry about it. Listen, you guys are no problem.
They came last night. What did they call for right now? They said we was loud or something?
Whenever this property is occupied, and again, when I'm done, I will speak to you guys. Whenever you guys see something on the rental property on what you call that app, Airbnb, if it says North Miami, don't rent it, because whenever there's a new face, we know about it.
Right.
Okay, so like I said, what you are saying right now is every time somebody comes here, this is what he tells the person. Hey, we are guests of whatever. I don't have that many guests at my house. So like I said, you guys have nothing to do with it. You spend your money.
Right.
Okay, so when you spend your money, you deserve peace, and you deserve, correct? So you don't want to come here and have to talk to.
Not after I spend so much money, I don't want to put.
Okay, exactly. Hey, guess what? If I pay my money, I don't want to speak to the cops either. Okay, so you guys did absolutely nothing wrong. I'm educating you guys. Next time, we want you guys to come come here.
What's going on?
Correct.
To do it the correct way.
That's it. That's it. You know, you go to Miami Beach, it's the same thing.
They came here last night. We was in the pool a little late. You know, we might have been a little loud or whatever. They came last night. She said, "Yeah, every time we come, we got to take notes of it. We got to put it on record."
See, once there's a car, I know what car belongs on this property.
Yeah.
When we drive around, we see a different car.
Cars, you know
we already know what the deal is. You know what I'm saying? And this doesn't come from us. It comes at a higher level.
Above. It comes
correct.
From
so
you just got to do your job.
Let me ask you, what website did you see this listing at?
We had somebody order before us, to be honest.
It was like a link. Yeah, the thing is, we called a friend of his that owns the property. James is a friend of a friend. And he just did us a favor. Yeah, he just did us a favor. He was like, "Hey, I'll just let you guys stay at my house.
Okay.
Just give me a little bit of dollars." And that's it.
The other thing is, like you said, we work this area a lot, so we
when something different going on, y'all know.
We
it's
don't,
routine.
man.
When something's off routine, it's noticeable.
That's it, man. That's it.
I understand.
And every time I come here, go ahead, Sean.
They bypass us. They don't even call the station. They go directly to you, and obviously everything trickles down.
Yeah, it trickles down on you guys. Y'all got to do your job. It's well respected.
And you know, every time we come here, it's the same thing. The people rented it. You pay your money. You know, so we tell you, we could be in that position. I could be going to Boston and going to an area I don't know what's legal or what's allowed or not, and there will be somebody who lives in the city coming, "Hey, listen, by the way," but in no shape, way, or form we come here to tell you that, "Hey, listen, you guys gotta leave now. You guys pay your money." You know. Let me ask you, from Sunday to Wednesday, you know how much about you guys pay for this?
They come from a woman that she got to deal with that. So
portions and shit like this.
Everybody pay portions.
Okay, so but you don't know what the grand total?
Yeah, I don't know what I just know what I pay.
How many of you guys? About?
It's a couple. It's all of us with all of our girlfriends. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7. It's 7.
So there are about 14 of you guys.
There's 7 rooms and there's 7 of us, 7 girls. Yep.
Okay, and then how much one per person? How much you pay about? 250 per person. Okay. Per person, right?
Yep.
Yeah, when we gonna do my music video?
All right, no problem. So
let's get ready.
All right, well, you guys enjoy your time.
Yeah,
do me one.
We're going on the boat, man. We finna go enjoy our day. We won't be here making no noise. Y'all won't get no calls.
That's the most important. And then your cars, try to make sure that they all park here, because once they start parking here, the motors and other units will be coming here and sighting them and towing them and everything else. So that's it. All right, no problem, man. Hey, you guys, thank you, man. All right, you guys be good. All right, you guys enjoy your time. All right.
All right, is that it?
That's right.
All right. We back on?
Yes.
Ms. Warren, anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? Can't hear you, Mr. Marrero.
Sorry, somebody muted me. I wasn't aware.
Okay.
Officer, just one question, and I appreciate all your time. Were you at the property on July 9th?
I was not on the property. However, I do patrol the gated community daily.
Was there any violation of this ordinance on July 9th? Are you aware?
July 9th, I don't believe so. I didn't write a report.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor, the city rests. We believe that there's sufficient evidence to show that the violation did occur on July 7, 2020, which led to the issuance of a civil violation ticket on July 9, 2020 by Officer Jean Lewis.
All right.
Your Magistrate,
Yes.
the only thing that we're requesting.
Yeah, you need to speak into the mic so everybody can hear you. And identify yourself again.
Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The city is requesting the maximum fine for this violation.
Which is?
The irreversible, I believe it is, for $15,000, which is the maximum fine.
Your notice of violation says that it's $500, and since you're proceeding under a civil site process rather than the regular process,
Understood.
I don't believe that you're entitled to anything beyond that unless the city attorney can point me to any other section of the code that allows me to go above 500.
No, Your Honor, the city would ask that you affirm the ticket in the amount of $500 plus court costs.
Okay.
Understood.
All right, Mr. Marrero.
Your Honor, thank you. I was going to respond as to the amount based on the ticket as well. Thank you for that ruling. Again, Your Honor, obviously there's evidence here to the contrary. When my client received the ticket, and my client is not living at the property, he has a long-term tenant, and there had been an issue here in the past. We've been in touch with that tenant, and that tenant confirmed to us that all rentals going forward would be 3 months minimum. So that's what our impression was, and that's what my understanding was. When we received the ticket, I asked him to speak to his tenant and confirm whether he was there or anybody was there or anything was going on July 9th. He confirmed that he was not there and nobody was at the property of anyone that he was aware of on July 9th. Based on that, we appealed it. The ticket, frankly, it says that the violation occurred on July 9th. Had we gotten other information, we may have been able to avoid this appeal had we obviously been told the correct date. The ticket had the correct date on it. Additionally, I requested any backup documentation explicitly from the city prior to this hearing, and I was given solely the ticket. Again, had the city provided the full documentation, I could have shared that with my client, and either we would have had some sort of rebuttal for what we've seen, or perhaps, again, I'm just saying, because I've not spoken to my client about any of the stuff that was just shown, perhaps withdrawn the appeal had we confirmed what is alleged. But none of that.
When did you make the request for the documents?
So we appealed this once we received the violation, based on the fact that, and then we were told that the hearings aren't being scheduled. So I basically didn't know if this hearing was going to occur sometime in 2021. So we got notice of the hearing last week. My client provided that to me, and I requested documentation last week. I got a response from that request saying, "Here's the ticket," and I specifically requested any supporting documentation, and none of that was provided. That, again, Your Honor, I'm explaining to you why I have a concern. I recognize, and that's why I asked for a continuance. It's possible that after seeing what I've seen and in speaking to my client, if we have no rebuttal for what's been alleged, I could have withdrawn this appeal. But we weren't operating with anything that occurred on any date other than July 9th. We had no incident report. We had no knowledge of anything else. And based on that, unfortunately, we weren't able to properly prepare for the hearing. And that's just, I think, basic fairness.
Well, I view the officer's incident report and narrative as part and parcel of the ticket. And having noted that last week the agenda was already online, and that your client received this violation back in July of 2020, I think that there was sufficient time to request any backup or any other evidence instead of waiting until last week to do so. So based on all of the evidence that I've reviewed, I am going to deny the appeal, affirm the violation, and assess costs in the amount of $100. So that's my ruling. Ms. Marrero, thank you very much. I would hope that your client is more aware of the seriousness of short-term rentals in this particular neighborhood. Having 14 people in a house over the 4th of July weekend and shortly thereafter with boating and partying is not something that this city can accept, and be cautioned that next time the fine could be substantially greater than $500. So with that said, we'll move on to the next case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Nodal, case number CTTRA 2020-0000, property address 420 Northwest 134th Street.
Mr. Nadal, we have given you access into the panelist view. Just please accept the invitation to unmute yourself and allow for video.
This is case number 15 on today's agenda. Raul Nodal, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Please, for the record, let me have your address.
420 Northwest 134th Street.
Sure, you need to swear in the,
Okay, please be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Again, tell us your address.
420 Northwest 134th Street.
Did you receive a copy of the violation?
I did.
Okay, you had a chance to see it?
I did.
Do you contest the violation?
I do not, Your Honor.
You deny the violation. That's why you appealed. All right, in that case, let me hear from the city.
I could get my witness to please state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Officer Barber, I am sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that on or about February 27th of 2020, you issued civil violation ticket number 13331 to Maria Elena Nodal, Raul Nodal, and Amelia Nodal Valance?
Yes, this is my citation.
And this is the ticket that you issued?
Yes, it is.
And what is the nature of the violation for why you issued this ticket?
The ticket was issued for failure to obtain a permit to remove an oak tree that was on the property.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I was doing a sweep of the area for the sanitation route, and there was a large pile of oak tree cuttings, and I was able to see that there was a tree that had been cut from the side towards the rear side of the house, visible from the street.
And were you able to take any photographic evidence of the violation?
Yes, I was.
And can you confirm that the photos that I am currently showing on my screen are the photos that were taken by you?
Yes, those are my photos.
And these photo rays dated February 27th of 2020, correct, Officer Barber?
Yes.
What is being depicted in these photographs?
Initially, I took images of the oversized pile with all the oak tree cuttings, the trunk portions, and basically what was left on the side of the road for pickup. And then I was able to secure photos of the actual tree itself.
And are oak trees considered the type of tree that are protected under the city's tree ordinances?
Yes, they are.
And does section 5-2309 of the city's land development regulations require a tree removal permit prior to removal of oak trees?
Yes, it does. Chapter 29, yes. Section 5-2309, yes.
And did you perform a search of the city's records to verify whether a tree removal permit had been filed with the city?
Yes, I did. I checked and I saw no evidence that a permit had been obtained.
So on the date of the ticket, February 27, 2020, there was no tree removal permit on file for the property address of 420 Northwest 134th Street.
Correct.
No further evidence no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, let me ask you a question. I'm looking at section 5-2309. It deals with tree abuse. It also calls for, in paragraph 8, removal of a tree without a permit is illegal. Where is there any mention of oak trees being considered prohibited, or any tree? What is your interpretation of the section that I cited?
So if you look at section 5,
or is it,
I'm sorry?
Is it any tree, or does it have to be a particular type of tree?
Under this particular section of the code, it is any type of tree. However, the city is aware that Miami-Dade County, under its code, has certain exemptions for non-native species. So that's why I made a reference to it being whether it was an oak tree, which is protected and therefore not exempt under Miami-Dade County's code.
Okay, so your position is that the tree cuttings here that the code officer viewed and issued the ticket on, these are not protected. These are protected trees. They're not exempt from cutting.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not sure that I phrased it correctly, but they're protected trees and they're trees that are not protected. The trees in this particular situation are trees that are protected under the county code.
Correct, Your Honor. And had a tree removal permit been filed with the city, the homeowner would have been aware that of the type of species of tree and that it could not be removed, or that if it was removed, what the mitigation would be for that. So the violation here is that the property owner went ahead and removed the tree without filing a permit and allowing the city to view the tree and to determine the type of species. The testimony from the officer, she's making the assessment after the fact. And the way the code reads, the permit should have been on file ahead of time.
Okay, let me hear from your next witness.
Officer Barber, are you aware if the trees are the city's arborists had an opportunity to view your evidence and make a determination in this case?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so the city will call the arborist as its next witness. I believe her name is Walker.
Go ahead.
If I can get you to state your name and job title for the record.
My name is Allison Walker, and I'm the consulting arborist for the city of North Miami and also owner of Triage LLC.
Okay, and what is your background as far as being an expert in trees?
I'm a certified arborist. I have my bachelor's and master's degrees in plant sciences, and I've pretty much worked with horticulture and arboriculture my whole life.
And did you have an opportunity to view the evidence and the pictures for the tree that was removed at property location 420 Northwest 134th Street?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any findings in regards?
Sure. It is definitely an oak tree, and that is a tree that is regulated per our ordinance, not just the county's ordinance, but our ordinance as well, the city's. And I can tell that it was removed, cut down and removed.
And would a tree removal permit been required under the city's ordinance prior to the homeowner removing the tree?
Yes. Just to clarify, North Miami has its own list of prohibited species that are exempt. All other trees except for those prohibited species do require a permit. So.
Thank you for the clarification. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Nodal, any response, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a storm come through and break a branch and damage our roof. That's why we removed the tree. I mean, I want to plead ignorance on both counts. I had no idea I needed a permit to remove a tree, nor did I even know it was an oak tree. So I sincerely apologize.
Okay, anything further?
No, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, I will deny the appeal, affirm the violation, and assess costs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case.
The next case is Morgan Investment Group, Inc., case number CTTRE 2020-00002, property address 951 Northeast 142th Street. Please raise your hand if you're present.
Okay, Marta, you are being promoted to a panelist. Please accept your video and audio.
What's the number on the case?
I have a different agenda from you.
Okay.
It's Raul Nodal.
No, that we just heard. we heard that.
Morgan Investment Group, I'm sorry.
Okay. Please come in.
Marta,
Okay. All right, I have that as the number 12 case on my agenda packet. Morgan Investment Group. Anybody here on behalf of Morgan Investment Group?
please unmute your device.
Anybody here on behalf of Morgan Investment?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, state your name for the record.
My name is Kelsey Hernandez. I am here to assist. She's my mother-in-law, Marta Quintanilla, and they bought the property.
Your name again?
Kelsey Hernandez. I'm
Okay.
here to help my mother-in-law.
Okay, you're gonna be sworn now.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, are you the owner of Morgan Investment Group?
Yes, Your Honor. They recently bought the property in March.
All right. So what is your mother's position with regard to the company?
No, she's the owner. She bought the property. It's just that
Okay,
the documents came under the investment group. I guess they hadn't been updated.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The documents, the fine, they came under the investment company, but she's the owner of the house. So the fine was on April the 2nd, and she bought the property on March 29th, just a few days before. That's why I guess it's under someone else's name.
Okay. All right, so at the time of the violation, your mother was the owner?
Correct.
Okay. And do you understand the charges in the notice of violation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you contest the violation, or do you concede that the trees were removed without permits?
Que si usted acepta que los árboles fueron removidos sin permiso.
Yes.
Yeah, she understands, Your Honor.
Okay, does she agree that the trees were removed without a permit or not?
Que si usted acepta que fueron removidos sin permiso.
Sí, lo que se removió es que yo no sabía que había que tener permiso y estábamos en medio de una pandemia. Compramos esa propiedad porque donde vivíamos había mucho contagio. Y la propiedad...
We need to slow that down. We need to slow that down, and we need to have an interpreter translate what you just said in Spanish into English so that the record is clear. So you have to speak slowly, and we need an interpreter to put on the record what you're saying.
Can I help her with that, or it has to be...
No, it has to be our certified interpreter.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Repita, por favor. Sí, esta propiedad la compramos mi esposo y yo de nuestros ahorros, y la propiedad, el patio estaba inhabitable, podíamos sufrir una caída, habían pedazos de concreto, caminos inservibles por las raíces de los viejos árboles.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let the interpreter interpret what you just said.
Yes, Your Honor. We bought this property with my husband, and the property was not livable, and there were roots all around, and the roots were were impeding the road. Continúa, señora.
Y fue ese el motivo, como yo no sabía que había que pedir permiso para limpiar el patio, que fue lo que yo hice.
Un momento, por favor. I didn't know that I needed to have a permit to clean the the patio. Continúe.
Sí, y el patio lo he puesto así y he sembrado 20 árboles jóvenes.
And I have done that, and I have planted 20 young trees. Continúe.
Yo he conservado un oak que sé que son árboles que la Florida los protege y además a mí me gustan. Tengo también una palmera bien grande que ahí está, pueden ir a verla.
Un momento, por favor. I have kept one oak tree, and I like plants, and also I have a palm tree, one of those tall palm trees, and you can go and see it. Continúe.
Y ese fue el motivo. Yo no sabía que había que pedir permiso para limpiar por ignorancia y a mí me cuesta entrar en internet y por eso es que yo no mandé las evidencias de fotos y videos.
Un momento, por favor. Okay. I didn't know that I needed a permit, and it was pretty much not knowing. It was ignorance, and I did not have the means to go online in order to provide with pictures and videos. I couldn't provide that.
All right, I have a pretty good idea of what her position is. At this point, I'm going to ask the city attorney to make her presentation, and then I'm going to rule.
Bueno, ya tengo idea de lo que usted dijo. Ahora voy a pedir a la ciudad que haga su presentación. Un momento, por favor.
I can get the witness to state your name and job title for the record.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis with the City of North Miami.
And Officer Jean Lewis, I'm sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that on or about April 2nd of 2020, you issued civil violation ticket number 13360 to Morgan Investments Group, Inc.?
Señora oficial, usted puede ver en abril 2 del 2020, usted emitió el ticket, el número 13360.
Yes.
Sí.
And Officer Jean Lewis, is this the violation that you issued?
Y, yes. Señor oficial, ¿esta es la violación que usted ha recibido? Sí.
And what is the nature of the violation for why you issued this ticket?
¿Cuál fue la violación por qué usted emitió este ticket?
The ticket was issued for failure to obtain a permit prior to removing trees and trimming the tree in the rear of the property.
El ticket fue emitido por no haber sacado un permiso para remover el árbol y cortar ramas, y también por cortar el árbol las ramas del árbol que está en la parte de atrás.
And how did you find out about the violation?
¿Cómo usted se enteró de esta violación?
I received an anonymous complaint that trees were being cut at the property. Upon arriving, I observed several workers on the property. I made contact with them, advised who I was, and asked them if they had a permit. They advised that they did not have a permit, and I took pictures of what I observed and then issued the ticket.
En realidad recibí una llamada anónima acerca de que se estaba cortando algún árbol. Entonces yo llegué a la propiedad y pude verificar. Entonces, debido a eso, yo emití un ticket.
And Officer Jean Lewis, can you confirm that this photo array that I am showing you on my screen dated April 2nd, 2020 were taken by you?
¿Usted puede confirmar que estas fotografías que le estoy mostrando de abril 2 del 2020, estas fotos, ¿usted las tomó? Sí.
And what is being depicted in these photographs?
Estas fotos que muestran.
In the pictures, you will observe the trimmings that I saw when I went to the property, the workers at the property using equipment, ladders to trim the trees, and you'll also see the stumps that I observed at the property. The only thing that was posted at the property was a permit for interior work, but there was no permit on file for any tree trimming or tree removal.
Lo que se puede ver son ramas cortadas, pueden verse trabajadores y se ve alguien con una escalera y se ve también los troncos de los árboles. Lo que puede ver es que había un permiso para hacer algún trabajo interior, pero no había ningún permiso en relación a cortar árbol.
And Officer Jean Lewis, were you able to ascertain whether these trees are protected under the city's code?
Y oficial Luis, ¿usted pudo verificar si estos árboles están protegidos por el código de la ciudad?
No, I did not.
Are you aware if the city's arborists had an opportunity to view these photographs and make a determination?
¿Está al tanto que el arbolista de la ciudad pudo ver esto y pudo hacer una determinación?
No, I'm not aware if Ms. Walker had a chance to look at these photos.
Yo no estoy informado si ella pudo ver estas fotos.
And were you able to perform a search of the city's records to see if there was a tree removal permit on file at the time that you issued your ticket?
Usted pudo ver en los récords de la ciudad si había un permiso en los récords para remover un árbol.
Upon my search of the city's records, there was no permit for any tree trimming or removal for that listed property.
Después de haber hecho una búsqueda, yo determiné que en los récords no había ningún permiso emitido para hacer ningún corte de árbol.
And is it considered a violation of the city's code for trees to be removed without a tree removal permit being on file with the city of North Miami?
Yes, that is correct.
Según usted, es una violación al código el haber cortado un árbol sin antes haber tenido el permiso para eso? Sí, correcto.
No further questions of this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Ya no tengo ninguna pregunta más para este testigo, su señoría.
All right. Ms. Quintanilla Rivera, are you still there?
Señor Arialia, yes.
Okay. Any cross-examination or any comments regarding this testimony?
¿Usted quisiera contrainterrogar o tiene algún comentario en referencia a este testimonio?
Sí, tengo un comentario, que yo he conservado un oak precioso. A nosotros nos encantan los árboles. Tengo un oak precioso ahí y tengo una palmera. Esas no se tocaron. Yo lo único que limpié el piso y pueden ir a constatar cómo tengo la propiedad reforestada. He sembrado 20 árboles nuevos, jóvenes y frutales. Y todo lo que estoy haciendo con permiso.
Un momento, por favor. Yes. What I have to say is that I have kept one beautiful oak tree, and also I have one beautiful palm tree, and I do like trees, and the only thing I did was to clean the area, and I have planted now new young and trees and also fruit trees, and for all of those I have obtained the permits.
Okay. Madam City Attorney?
Your Honor, the city's position is that the evidence and the testimony of the code officer as well as the homeowner affirms the violation, that the trees were removed and that there was no permit on file. I believe the homeowner's defense was ignorance, that she did not know that she needed a permit on the day and time. Unfortunately, that is not a valid defense under the city's code. So the city would have.
Are you going to call the arborist?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, if you can state your name and job title for the record.
Allison Walker, Consulting Arborist for the City of North Miami.
Mi nombre es Genesis Walker, yo soy consultora para la ciudad de Miami.
For the City of North Miami? Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to view the pictures that I showed on my screen in relation to the trees that were removed from the property address of 951 Northeast 142nd Street?
¿Ha tenido la oportunidad de ver las fotos de la dirección que yo le mostré de la 951 Northeast? Yes, sí.
And were you able to ascertain what species of tree they are?
¿Usted pudo verificar qué especie de árbol era?
We can't hear you.
To which due requirement?
Es una especie de árbol para la cual se requiere permiso.
And no further questions, Your Honor. The witness stated it all.
No tengo preguntas.
Anything else from the property owner before I rule?
¿Alguna otra cosa más que quisiera decir la propietaria antes de que yo dé mi fallo?
Sorry, I'm having some connection problems, I think. I observed from the photos that there was a lot of live oak clippings on the ground. I know that one live oak tree was pruned, possibly improperly, and then I saw at least 2 trees that were completely removed. All I can assume from what I saw is that they were live oaks, because that's all that I saw in the waste.
Simplemente yo quería agregar que yo pude ver que árboles vivos habían sido cortados y por lo menos un par de árboles habían sido completamente removidos. Es todo lo que tengo para agregar.
Anything else from the property owner?
¿Alguna cosa más que el propietario quiere decir?
Sí, que el oak, el árbol protegido, está en mi casa, lo pueden ir a ver. Lo que se hizo fue quitar una rama que podía arruinar el techo de la casa. Todo lo he hecho con permisos. Ustedes ven, tengo un permiso en camino y estos otros 2. Lo que pasa es de que ese árbol protegido está en mi casa. No ha sido volado.
Un momento, por favor. Okay. That oak tree, which is protected, is still alive. It's in my house. And what I did was I trimmed some of this tree in order to protect my roof. And I do have permits for what I am doing right now.
What are the dates on those permits?
¿Cuáles son las fechas de esos permisos?
Estos permisos son el 1 del 6 del 2020 y el otro es 06 del 2005 del 2020.
After the violations?
Un momento, señora. I have 2 permits. One is 6/1/20, the other one is 6/5/20. Y estos, señora, un momento, ¿estos fueron después de la violación, estos permisos?
Sí, pero son permisos de ventanas y de defensa.
Yes, it is. And these permits are related to windows and other work.
Not trees.
Esos permisos no son de árboles, no.
May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what she's trying to say with the permits, like they got permits for everything, for the windows, for the fence, for everything. We really did not know that we were supposed to get permits to cut the bushes and everything, So please help us out if you can, because if we would have known, we would have, gone to the city and taken a permit. We did not know. It's the first time they buy a house, the age, they were not aware of it. And in the city, you can see they have records for every single thing they have done for the house prior to cutting those trees. So it's just that they didn't know.
All right. My ruling is that I will rule on behalf of the city. However, I will also reduce the fine from $500 to $250 and waive costs.
Bueno, simplemente mi fallo es el siguiente. En vez de hacer una multa de $500, estoy reduciendo la multa a 250 más costos.
All right. Let's proceed with the next case, please.
Siguiente caso.
Gracias.
What's going on?
They were happy that you reduced the...
It's being
great.
applauded, Your Honor.
She left the volume on?
I stopped her, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The next case on the agenda is Lester Aguiar, case number CTBPR 2020-00064. The address is 13145 Ortega Lane. Please raise your hand.
No. Mr. Aguilar, we promoted you to a panelist. Please accept your audio invitation and video, and we'll proceed with swearing you in.
All right, let's swear in the witness.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your address and your relationship to the property.
The property address is 13145 Ortega Lane, North Miami, Florida 33181, and I am the property owner.
Okay, you did receive a copy of the violation?
I did.
And you're contesting it, correct?
I am.
All right, let's hear from the city.
I can get my witness to state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Officer Barber, I am sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that on or about August 15th of 2020, you issued civil violation ticket number 13763 to Lester Aguilar and Nicole Romero?
Yes, I did.
And this ticket on my screen is a ticket that you issued?
Yes, it is.
What is the nature of the violation for why you issued this ticket?
I cited under Section 5-32, construction without a permit, building without a permit for interior demolition, no permits.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I was doing an inspection in the area and driving past the property. There was a large truck outside and they were using a machinery to load items that were being wheelbarrowed out of the house. It all appeared to be construction material, maybe AC, things like that. They were loading up a truck with items being wheeled out.
And were you able to take any photographs of the violations that you witnessed?
Yes, from the exterior of the property, yes.
And I'm sharing my screen with you again. Can you verify that this photo array dated August 15, 2020 was taken by you?
Yes, those are my photos, date, time stamped, with my name.
And what is being depicted in these photographs?
These are the items, some of the items that were being wheeled from inside of the property and loaded onto a large open.
And what type of work appears being completed by looking at the
interior demolition.
And is this the type of work which would require?
Is mic on? Can we mute that sound?
Yeah, I think the only two microphones enabled right now is the city attorney's and ours here.
Okay, because I'm getting feedback.
I'm sorry, the
All right.
interpreter was on as well.
Proceed. You said interior renovations?
Demolition. It appeared to be interior demolition. Okay. Yes.
And interior demolition would require a building permit under the city's code?
Yes, it would.
Were you able to perform a search of the city's records to verify whether or not there was any building permit on file on the day and time that you issued your ticket?
I did, yes, from the field. I pulled it up in the on our laptops, and I found no permits at that time.
No further questions from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Aguilar, would you like to cross-examine the witness? Can't hear you. You're muted.
Oops, sorry.
Is it on our part or his part? On his.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
I'm sorry about that.
Any cross-examination from this witness?
Not so much cross-examination as I would just like to issue a statement. She is correct. She did see us loading that debris onto a medium-sized dump truck. However, it wasn't from interior demolition. That was actually debris that was stored in my attic. There was rolls of flexible duct. There was sections of metal duct. There was wood planks, wood flooring, as well as wood siding. or paneling. There was also crates and crates filled with ancient looking light bulbs and magazines that were completely deteriorated. So at the time that Officer Barber came by, I do have plans to remodel the interior of the house. And at the time, we were in the process of doing the site plans, which have been submitted to the city for the work that I plan to do. However, I wanted to get rid of all that garbage that was up there in the attic, so that once my permits are approved, there was no delay with the work. So we haven't commenced any work. I was just getting rid of you couldn't see from one side of the house to the other because of all the things that were stored up in the attic. And that's what I was getting rid of. And as you can tell in the photographs, there's rolls of AC duct. There's also sections of metal duct that were just stored up there. I don't know, to be honest with you, how or from where they were. They don't even look like residential. They look like it might have been like a commercial AC duct that they stored up there or something.
Anything else?
No, that would be it.
Okay. When did you file your application for a building permit?
The application for building permit has not been filed yet because I'm waiting for the city to approve the plans. The site plans have been submitted to the city.
When did you do that?
I will be obtaining a copy. A permit for a mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and building. However, I'm still in the process of the city reviewing the plans.
When did you submit the site plans?
The site plans were submitted, I believe, yesterday.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add?
No, and we've been in the process of having the site plans done for a while. I actually had them returned to the architect several times because I wasn't happy with certain things they did on them. So that has been the delay in actually submitting the paperwork. But like I said, the paperwork is in. Now it's a matter of the process of the city reviewing the plans. And then after that gets done, then I will be pulling permits for whatever work we're going to do.
Okay, so it looks to me like the issue is whether or not you were engaged in unpermitted interior demolition. That's the issue. So your claim is, your position is that there was no demolition going on, that you were simply removing stuff that had been stored in the attic. Do I understand you is
Correct.
That your position?
My attic was completely filled.
Okay. Let me hear from the city attorney if she wishes to redirect or have more testimony on that issue from the code officer.
Officer Barber, had you had an opportunity to view the inside of the property?
I was unable to view, other than the area just inside the front door. However, I did speak with Mr. Aguilar. When I posted the citation, he did arrive to the property, and I did let him know that he was being cited for building without a permit due to the what appeared to be the ongoing interior demolition. And there was, at that time, there was no denial that there was demolition going on inside the property. He did note that he was working on securing any kind of permits that he needed. But at that time, there was no mention of those items having been in the attic or anything else. It was, and I did note that it was for interior demolition.
And in looking at the photo array, and I can share my screen again, is there simply items, or do you view construction equipment in these photographs?
again, when I did pull up, the truck that was out front, it was fairly well loaded, and they were wheeling several wheelbarrows. Wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow worth of items. And then when I started to take some photos, that's when they decided to go inside and close the door. So, what I saw is reflected in my photos.
All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Aguilar.
Well, I mean, I'd just like to ask Officer Barber, I mean, at the time that you first arrived, I wasn't home, correct?
No, sir, you were not.
And when I arrived, you and I did have a conversation, and I advised you that I was in the process of obtaining permits for work that I was going to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay, based on the photographs that I have reviewed, which contained various types of construction equipment, including wheelbarrows and other heavy machinery, folks that are there on the premises, the debris that is shown at the entrance, and other evidence presented both orally and by photographs. I am going to deny the appeal, rule in favor of the city, and assess costs in the appropriate amount. So appeal is denied. Thank you. Next case.
Thank you.
Next case is Peter Nabar, case number CTTRA 2020-00006, property address 12601 Northeast 7th Avenue. Sir, can you please raise your right hand for the oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, your name is Peter Neubauer?
Yes.
Is that correct? I didn't get an answer.
Yes.
Okay, and you are the property owner at 12601 Northeast 7th Avenue?
That's correct.
Have you seen the notice of violation? Sir, have you had a chance to review the notice of violation?
Oh, yes.
It mentions tree abuse, hat racking. 7 trees on the property have been hat racked, and the fine is being assessed at $500 per tree as per code. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you contest the violations?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have the city make its presentation.
I can get my witness to please state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Officer Barber, on or about May 12th of 2020, did you issue a ticket, civil violation ticket number 13517 to Peter Neubauer?
I did, yes.
Can you confirm that this ticket that I'm showing on my screen is the ticket that you issued?
Yes, it is.
What is the nature of the violation for why you issued this ticket?
The ticket was issued for tree abuse of 7 trees on the property. They were improperly cut. Hat racking. I did reach out to the city's arborist to also get their opinion on the violation as well.
And how did you find out about the violation?
Just doing routine inspection around the area. I passed by when the crews were finishing up with one of the last trees.
And were you able to capture any photographic evidence of the violation?
I'm sorry?
Were you able to capture any photographs of the violation?
Yes, I was.
What kind of trees are they?
I believe they're black olive. I'm not 100% sure. The arborist will be able to, yes, should be able to confirm the tree. Yes, yes, this is my photo. These are my photos.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
2 of the trees on the property that had been cut back. There should be photos of the other trees as well.
And this is another photograph. Did you take this one as well?
Yes, I did.
And are these additional trees, additional photographs that you've taken?
Yes, that's a, yeah, I tried to get an overall shot of the trees on the lot. And the group.
This is a commercial property?
Yes, it is. Commercial property.
And what is being depicted in this photograph?
That was another one of the trees on the property that was that had been cut back improperly.
Okay, and so the photographic evidence does display all 7 trees that were abused in Hat Rock in violation of the city's code?
Yes.
And your testimony is that the city's arborist had an opportunity to view the violations, correct?
Yes, I was able to speak with her, email with her about that location.
No further questions of this witness. The city does wish to call the arborist next.
Before you do that, Mr. Neubauer, do you have any cross-examination of the witness? Would you like to ask the witness any questions, or would you like to make a comment?
I said my response was photographed in time to be presented here. And if you don't have them in front of you, allow me just to read off here my talking points.
All right, before we allow you to make your case, I want to finish with this witness. Do you have any questions of this witness?
The question is, how did she consult with the arborist? Did the arborist come out to location or not?
You can answer that. Did the arborist come out to the site to view the situation?
I'm not sure if she was able to make an actual site visit. She may have, but she did view the photos that I have. I do have an email from her.
We'll hear from her in a minute.
And Special Magistrate, the respondent did provide the city with some evidence that we do have here.
We'll have him tell us when he has an opportunity to defend. Let's hear from the arborist.
It looks like she might be having...
Walker, please state your name and job title with the city.
It looks like our arborist is having some trouble with her system. She's kind of, at this moment, I don't see her logged in.
Okay, so we can wait to hear from her. In the meantime, I'm gonna let Mr. Neubauer make his presentation. Sir, would you like to share with us any information, documents, exhibits? This is your chance.
Yeah, I sent via email at least 2 pages of my talking points. And I don't know if you have in front of you, otherwise allow me to read them.
Do we have those talking points available so that we can view them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, instead of having you read the talking points, we're going to share them with everyone by putting them on the screen. All right. those are not the talking points. Those are just cases.
Sir, would you like for us to present your email or your photos? What would you like for us to present?
Let's look at the photos first.
These are just evidence photos here right now.
Let's look at that first, and then we'll read your email into the record.
It shows a very healthy trees after the trimming.
Is that the condition of the trees? Does that reflect the condition of the trees before they were cut?
No, after they were cut.
After they were cut?
Yes.
When was that picture taken? August 11th, 2000?
About 2 months later.
Okay, so 2 months later, that's how it looks now?
Yes. Well, I have also photos how it looks now, 3 months later. And I don't know.
I have the other photos.
Yeah, we have the other photos. We're going to take a look at them in just a second.
Well, this was sent just as to get some clarification as to the seventh tree, which was not a black olive tree. It's identified as what is it? Colocilium, I guess Colocilium, usually this tree, which is not a tree, and so it's already removed. So that shouldn't enter let's see. This is not very important here. This was not a tree, so we only have 6 black olive trees to deal with.
Okay, is that a tree that is protected or not?
The black olive trees?
The one that he's showing in that photo?
I'm not aware. I don't know the answer to that.
We'll ask the arborist if we can, if she can identify that.
You might have found something now here.
Okay, let's read your email into the record. Your point, sir, is that the trees that were cut grew back and are healthy and they're fine. Is that why you're showing those pictures?
No, I claim that there was no civil violation whatsoever.
Well, that's not my question.
There was no hat racking. There was no tree abuse.
Why are you showing me those pictures?
They just came up when Officer Barber, I don't know if Officer Barber showed the first pictures. She presented to the arborist. Perhaps we can speed this up some if I just read my talking points, written talking points. I sent to the code violation office.
All right, we're going to read that into the record right now.
Okay.
Let's see if we can. Clerk, can you read the email?
Yes, sir. Just a second. Let me pull it up.
I just want to jump in and say I'm on the phone right now. I'm really sorry. I don't know what's happening with the internet.
All right, if we can't get your video, at least we have your audio. Let's just wait a few minutes. Let me hear the clerk read out if it's not too.
I think we found something here.
Sir, we're going to need you to remain silent right now so that we can read your talking points into the record.
Thank you.
It's a civil violation ticket for Peter Nauber, property owner, for code violation, namely tree abuse, pruning 7 trees. The violation was observed and photographed while the tree service, Aventura Tree Service, was still operating the pruning equipment, but were not made aware of the alleged code violations, and consequently, the supervisor of Aventura Tree Service, Aldo Linares, was not given the opportunity to respond to any questions as to the pruning program schedule of black olive trees at this location. The pruning schedule was worked out 20 years ago with guidance and assistance of the city arborist and several city code personnel on site. On August 10th of 1999, the following work order from Aventura Tree Service: trim out and shape up to 30% of black olive trees on the south side. Cut black live oak tree back to property line on the east side. Removed from the roof. City arborist approved. The black olive trees, Busita, Busras, were planted in the early 1980s, less than 2 feet from the property line to the east and 1.5 feet from the sidewalk. Nowadays considered not in accordance with the right tree/right place guidelines. The arborist suggested a regular pruning cycle of 2 years instead of 3 to 4 years for the oak tree. Ever since, for the last 20 years, Aventura Tree Service has maintained this regular pruning cycle, which made it possible to keep the black olive trees healthy and manageable, same size, important because of the space restrictions. I had an I.M. Hogan, registered consulting arborist number 684, ISA certified arborist, look these trees over, and he suggested instead of to present photos of the trees taken a short time after pruning, which will show healthy, vigorously growing trees, I herewith attached 2 photos taken in June and August of 2020. Peter Nauber, property owner.
Mr. Neubauer, anything else that you would like us to consider?
Yeah, I have a second page. I don't know if this can be located.
So Mr. Neubauer, we have your email. We have the 2 photos that we've already shown, and I'll also submit into the record the additional exhibits provided.
Okay.
Because there are no proof lighting installed for it? No preview installed for it. You should be able to open it anyway.
Okay, so this is the property owner's response.
Yeah, this is the second page.
Okay.
Is that a different case?
This is the same case, but he provided 2 different documents.
Oh, okay.
This is his response to the appeal.
Okay, let me hear that.
Code officer Aaron Barber observed alleged tree abuse while the pruning operation was still ongoing, but did not make contact with the crew. Basically, it's the same crew nor the certified tree service manager, who could have explained that over 20 years they were employing Society of Arboricultural's best management practices in maintaining, trimming, and pruning these 6 specific black olive trees at the specific location, limited expansion to close to the building and concrete sidewalks in good and healthy condition. These trees were carefully trimmed, no cutting of tree limbs, twigs and branches greater than 1 inch to 1.5 inch in diameter. Land Development Regulations, Chapter 9, cited in the complaint, define hat wrecking as pruning a tree by removing only branches 3 inches or greater in diameter at the point other than the point where the lateral branches meet the main trunk. Chapter 29, Section 7-101. Here is no hat wrecking present. As to tree abuse, the definition in Land Development Regulations, Chapter 29, Section 7-101 is damage inflicted upon any part of a tree, including the root system, by machinery, construction equipment. But generally, it is defined by arborists as pruning/trimming action that will render a tree non-viable. Here is no tree abuse present. Supporting evidence, photos have been emailed previously. Peter Nalbor.
All right, sir, we've reviewed your photographs and your emails. I'm going to give it back to the city attorney, who will be calling the arborist, the city's arborist, as the next witness. I just want to state very clearly that I'm no tree expert. I would like the arborist to refute and explain to me why the city considers this to be a violation when some of the photographs that I've reviewed show thriving trees, and the property owner relied on a tree expert, and apparently there seems to be a plan in place regarding landscaping at this property. So I need to understand exactly what the regulations are that are being allegedly violated before I either affirm or deny the appeal.
Are you ready for me? And can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'll
Okay,
start.
should I go ahead?
We'll start off with the city attorney and the clerk swearing you in. Clerk, you want to swear in the witness?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And I can get the witness to state your name and job title.
Allison Walker, consulting arborist for the city of North Miami.
And what makes you an expert?
I'm sorry, what makes me an expert? I'm a licensed certified arborist. I have my own company doing arboricultural work and consulting. I have my bachelor's and master's degree in plant sciences, and I've been working with plants and trees for more than 20 years.
And did you have an opportunity to view the trees that are alleged to have been abused at the property location of 12601 Northeast 7th Avenue?
Yes, I did a site visit. I don't have the date with me right now. It was some months ago, and I also have seen the photographs.
And were you able to determine what type of trees they were?
Yes, I think there's 6 black olives and 1 clusia, I believe.
And are there types of trees that are considered protected in the city's tree abuse ordinance?
Yes.
Did you make a determination that the trees had been
Yes, I did.
How so?
I can read you our definition of hat racking from our ordinance. It's to uniformly remove a major part of a tree's crown, reducing it in height, and leaving a number of bare limbs characterized by a number of stubbed off branches, or by pruning a tree by removing any branch 3 inches or greater in diameter at any point other than the point where the lateral branches meet the main trunk. So there's a couple of things here. One, I believe the point was made that no branches greater than 1 inch diameter were pruned, but I can tell you there's definitely branches greater than 1 inch that were pruned here. 2, the cuts were made just uniformly reducing the height. That's a violation of ANSI standards, which are also referenced in our ordinance, and so that's an issue. 3, it's a violation to remove more than 25% of a tree's canopy in any given year, and so some of these trees, you can definitely see their natural canopy would be much more than double this. Or triple this for that matter. And then also there are branches that are left as stubs, meaning pruning cuts, proper pruning cuts, which are also specified in our ordinance, should be made down to a lateral junction, basically. And so in these pictures, you can see many stubs that aren't at a junction that are just improper. And then as far as the pictures that show a healthy canopy, when you hat rack a tree, it creates very weak branching patterns, and it creates a weaker structure that's more susceptible to storm damage, etc. So basically, when trees are cut, they'll send out a whole bunch of sprouts that make it look like, maybe in the photos, which I don't think I saw, might make it look like it's green and healthy, but the overall health and structure of the tree is absolutely compromised, and there's no question in my mind that this is definitely hat racking.
And are you aware of any agreement that Triage, as the city's arborist, had given to the property owner to trim the trees in this type of manner?
No, that may have been before my time, but I've been with the city for going on a few years. So no, I was not part of that agreement.
Okay, no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
You personally have not had any conversations, discussions with either the tree cutter or the property owner regarding this matter?
No, I have not.
And is it your testimony that all 7 trees were affected?
Let me just double check the photos. But yes, as I said, I did a site visit and I confirmed that all trees had been hat racked, yes.
Okay. And there was no permit?
Yeah, no permit. And we wouldn't give a permit for this kind of tree work. We wouldn't permit this. This is not proper pruning.
Okay. Has this property owner been cited before? Does anybody know? For this property, under this code section?
I do not have that.
Okay. Mr. Neubauer, you now have an opportunity to question the city's arborist, Allison Walker. If you want to avail yourself of that opportunity, go right ahead. Can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, Magistrate, I need to unmute him.
Okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, let me just clear up here the number of trees. The one tree, the 7th tree, identified as tree is not a tree, has been removed already. It was, well, I'm not an arborist either, or a tree expert, so excuse my layman words. It was in a hedge under an overhang of the building, and could only go so far, was always cut back, so it looks like cut back, like hat racking, but it's a shrub. So I don't know how it comes that they were talking about 7 trees. Then again, so that wasn't a protective species. The olive trees, when they were planted 40, 50 years ago, they were planted, and now we're talking about the wrong place, wrong tree, and they are now actually interfering with, for example, the sidewalk. They are reaching over the roof areas of the building and of the neighboring buildings. It's so close to their roof, it's just, let's say, 6-7 feet from their roof. And they're reaching over, and they have to be cut back there from necessity. And on the other side, towards the road and the sidewalk, we had the city actually amputated a 11-inch thick side root that was growing under the concrete. So we have the situation here where the tree cannot actually expand. It's a beautiful tree and it looks great in a park setting. But this here is early tree between the buildings, several utility poles, cables going through the trees, through the canopy, and may I just mention that the city of North Miami did remove all their black olive trees on 195th Street, just across from the City Hall, because they had the same problem: too close to the building, too close to the road, too close to concrete, too close to the utility poles, and that's why we worked this out years ago to get it on a very tight schedule of pruning. So that's trees, and also it looks like, it's not shaped like the natural shape for a black olive tree. But in this situation, when you take one side off, you have to balance it, so they're pruning the other side more. In my layman's word. Anyway, that's how it was explained to me, and I thought it was clear. And how I understand free abuse is when pruning in a way that renders the tree non-viable. And here you can see from the photographs taken afterwards that these are beautiful trees with beautiful canopies, and the tenant, Burlington Healthcare Services, just mentioned today how pretty they look. They are putting in dental facilities here, and one have a grand opening in October, and doing some more landscaping. And this is just good. We can park our cars there again, and so I don't see any tree abuse whatsoever.
All right, sir, I heard what you had to say, and I'm sympathetic with how you have handled the situation with a tree cutter. I would recommend that going forward that you pre-clear any more tree cutting with the city's arborist, and that you seek their recommendation and advice in the future. On this particular case, my ruling is in favor of the city. I am going to deny your appeal. I am going to reduce the fine from $3,500 to $2,500, and I think that is the best result that we can reach under the circumstances. I know that you didn't do it maliciously, that you thought you were doing the right thing, but going forward, you need to consult with the city's experts on how to cut down these beautiful trees. So please consult with the arborist next time you do this, but I'm going to deny your appeal and assess a fine of $2,500 plus court costs. And that's my ruling. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony, and we're going to move forward to the next case.
The next case is Anne A. Andre and Rosie Andre, case number CTT RA 2019-00016, property address 80 Northeast 127th Street.
Special Magistrate, the property owner is here at City Hall using the public system, and we're going to swear her into. We're going to swear her in before we move forward.
Okay, let me just make sure that I have the case with me. What is the name again?
Annie A. Andre.
Is that how the case is styled? Okay, yes. I have it. It's my number 5.
Okay.
And it's 880 Northeast 127th Street.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm Joey Andre. I'm here helping her.
Are you the property owner?
My mom is the property owner.
Okay. Do you contest the violation?
Yes, so we were told by FPL to trim the trees, so my mother hired,
Can you speak a little louder? We can't hear you well.
sorry, so we were told by FPL to trim the trees because it was encroaching on the power line. So my mom hired a landscaper to cut the trees, and then we received a citation saying that it had been hacked or I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce the word properly. I don't have the citation. But we were just wondering if the city had an issue with the way the tree was cut, wouldn't it be taken up with the person we hired to do it? Because we don't know anything about trees or, how or what he was supposed to do. We were simply trying to comply with FPL.
Yeah, unfortunately, the code puts the responsibility for compliance on the owner and not the landscaper. You may have a claim against the landscaper if he did something wrong, but ultimately it's your responsibility as the owner to make sure that trees are cut appropriately. So we're gonna first have the city attorney present the case against you, and then you can go ahead and we'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay.
Ms. Warren?
I can get the witness to state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And I'm trying to share my screen, but I'm getting a note saying that the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
She needs to share the screen.
You should be able to move forward now.
Thank you. Okay, Officer Barber, on or about November 19th of 2019, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13162 to Anne Andre?
Yes, I did.
And is the ticket that I'm showing on my screen the ticket that you issued?
Yes, that's my citation.
And what is the nature of the violation for which you issued this ticket for?
The ticket was issued as a tree abuse, the improper cutting, hat racking of a Royal Poinciana tree that was in the front yard.
And how did you find out about the violation?
Doing inspections for the sanitation route, came across the large pile in the front and could see that where it had been cut from the tree in the front yard.
And did you have an opportunity to take photographs of the violation?
Yes, I did.
Verify that this photo array dated November 19th, 2019 that I am showing on my screen were taken by you.
Yes, those are the photos that I took.
And what is being depicted in these photographs?
The initial shot just shows the items that were placed out curbside for pickup, and the follow-up shots are the what was left of the tree in the front yard.
And how did you determine that tree abuse had occurred? Had you made this determination on your own, or did you consult with the city's tree expert?
I consulted with the arborist.
And did the city's arborist follow up with an internal memorandum to you stating her findings?
I believe, I know we did discuss her findings, but I'm not sure if there was I don't remember if there was an internal memo.
I'm going to share my screen again, and there's a memorandum there dated November 19th, 2019. Are you familiar with this memorandum? It's from Allison Walker, the consulting arborist for the city of North Miami?
Yes, I am. Yes.
And did you issue your ticket based off of the photographs as well as this inspection report from the arborist?
Yes. Yes, I did.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor. However, we will obviously have follow-up questions on this inspection report of our arborist, Allison Walker.
All right. Any questions of the witness, Ms. Andre? Anything you would like to ask?
No, just more clear understanding, because I noticed my mother wanted to remove the tree. She would have needed to get a permit, but we weren't aware that you need to consult with the arborist if you wanted to hire someone to trim the tree. And again, we hired him to trim it. I didn't realize he was going to completely remove everything. So how are we supposed to move forward considering, this was after the fact and my mom wasn't aware and neither was I.
So
I don't know that she can answer that question. How you move forward depends on what other activities you engage in. This hearing is based only on what happened when the citation was issued on November 19th. We understand your position that you depended and relied on the tree cutter. Unfortunately, it appears that he did not follow the code. So we're going to hear from the arborist now, and perhaps she can explain where we go from here.
Okay, if I can get the city's witness to state your name and title for the record.
She's been sworn before, so we don't need to.
Allison Walker, consulting arborist for the city of North Miami.
And Ms. Walker, were you able to make an inspection of the tree abuse which is alleged to have occurred at property address 880 Northeast 127th Street?
Yes, I was.
And did you follow up your inspection with an inspection report to the city of North Miami?
Yes, I did.
And I'm sharing my screen. Are you able to confirm that this inspection report was authored by you?
Yes, it was.
And consistent with this report, what determinations did you make as far as tree abuse violations?
This one falls under multiple criteria for tree abuse as defined in Section 52309. This is basically, as I said prior, that removing more than 25% of a tree's canopy in 1 year in and of itself is a violation. And so clearly 100% of the canopy was removed in this case. And this is hat racking, severe hat racking, let's say.
And were you able to determine what type of species of the tree it was and whether it's protected?
Yes, it's a Royal Poinciana, and it is protected, or it is included in our ordinance provisions.
And is it considered tree abuse, what you witnessed, in violation of the city's code?
Yes, it is.
No further questions from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Walker, could you please answer the question asked earlier about where does she go from here? What should she be doing going forward?
Right. I mean, unfortunately, there's a lot of landscaping companies in Miami that don't have criteria or knowledge or expertise to do things properly, and people tend to go with the cheapest option, and sometimes that doesn't work out well. So in the future, for tree work, I would recommend getting a certified arborist to do the work. And then again, you can always check with the city if you have questions about if you can remove something or how much you should prune of it, etc. And I understand it happens, that the homeowner doesn't know and the landscape company does something the homeowner didn't expect. But again, the responsibility is on the homeowner in this case.
Question, is there some sort of program to let, because we're not the only ones who's going through this, like to let the community know? Because if we would have known, obviously, like any other work, we know if you want to remove the tree, you need to get a permit. My mom is putting up a fence. She's going through the permit. It's like, what's the educational process so an owner does know so they don't violate?
Yeah, that's something that we can definitely talk about internally. I know that we do have some interpretation or educational documents talking about tree trimming and pruning and proper pruning techniques. So I'll circle back around with code compliance, and we can discuss that. But again, the city ordinance is it's all in the city ordinance, and so the responsibility of the resident to be familiar with the ordinance provisions.
Yeah, I would also add that this is something that is enforced virtually in every city in Miami-Dade County, and we're not talking about a slight cut here and there. We're not talking about somebody just making a mistake. This appears to be a very serious case of tree abuse, and anybody in the landscaping business should have known better. And it doesn't take an expert, and I'm certainly not an expert, to look at these pictures and conclude that this just is not the way to do things. So
do you hire an attorney to, I guess, take action against the landscaping company, or because again, he was supposed to just trim branches that were hanging over power lines that we were told we needed to trim.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
No, I was saying, do we need to get an attorney to file some sort of suit against the company because they were just supposed to trim branches that were hanging?
We can't tell you what you need to do. But if I were you, I would try to get some advice from someone that will help you perhaps pursue a claim against the tree cutter if you wish to go in that direction. But in terms of this particular matter, I am going to deny the appeal. I'm going to rule in favor of the city, and I'm going to assess costs in connection with these proceedings.
So the other question is, so now what happens? My mother's retired. She's on Social Security. Are you guys going to put a lien on the house?
That's going to be up to the city clerk and the city as to what they do now, but I'll let the city clerk answer that, or code compliance.
We can make payment arrangements for the ticket monthly, so you can come into our office. We're located at 811 Northwest 125 Street, and we can make arrangements for you to make payments.
Northeast.
I'm sorry, Northeast 125 Street.
What kind of, again, she's on Social Security and she's retired, so.
Okay, ma'am, if once the hearing is over, you can visit us at our office and we can speak more in detail with you with regard to how to address the payment.
Just come to the code enforcement office on 125th Street and they'll explain it to you. Okay? All right, next case.
The next case is Cervantes, case number CTBPR 2020-00065. Property address 1225 Northwest 130 Street.
I have a Jude Petit Matre in. If you are here on behalf of this case, please raise your hand. Thank you. I'm going to promote you and give you access to audio and video, Jude. Please accept. And we will proceed with swearing you in before giving testimony.
You want to swear me?
Yes, sir, we will.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. What's the property address?
Please, sir, if you would tell us your name and to make sure that the record is clear, please spell it for us.
My name is Jude Petimat. Last name, Petitmaitre. I am the property owner of 1241 Northeast 141 Street, North Miami, Florida.
Who is Adenet Cervantes?
Special Magistrate, it looks like he raised his hand, but he's actually not the case that we called.
Which case are we?
He is actually here on behalf of case
CTTRE 2019-00008. The name is Petit.
Okay.
On your agenda. It's the last case on the agenda.
Petit Maitre.
Yes, RE is silent.
Okay, so it's a different case. I thought we were on another case.
Are we calling Mr. Petit's case?
Yes, we are.
I'll call it into record. Petit Matra, case number CTTRE 2019-00008, property address 1241 Northeast 141 Street.
Sir, tell us who you are.
My name is Jude Petimat.
And you're the owner of the property at 1241 Northeast 141st Street?
Yes, Your Honor.
North Miami. The
Yes,
violation charges you with failure to satisfy tree removal permit conditions, permit required. Do you contest the violation?
I mean, well, the tree is here. It's not removed. I mean, I do contest to the hacking part, because I wasn't aware of the word hacking until the police officer, she told me what that was. And when she approached and pointed out what was the word hacking, what was hacking, and that's when I noticed the work that the guy did was yes, hacking.
Is the charge hacking, or is it failing to get a permit? Because those are two separate
Yeah, it
things.
says I think it says failure to get a permit for removal of tree.
I don't see the word hacking anywhere.
Well, but the tree is still here. I mean, I did trim it because it was definitely a nuisance to the roof of my home, and it was like bringing insects and stuff like that. I have plenty of trees in my backyard, but it's just this particular tree right here is like I'm not sure if it's like protected or not, but I would like to know if it's not, so that I can like get a permit and remove it, because it's damaging my gate, and as you can see, like right now it's growing right now, but it's about to push this gate in. I'm about to have to replace this soon.
All right, let me. I understand what you're saying. Let me hear from the city attorney first.
If I can get my witness to state your name and job title.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Jean Lewis, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer.
And Officer Jean Lewis, I'm sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that on or about October 1 of 2019 that you issued civil violation ticket number 12765?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what's the nature of the violation for which you issued this ticket?
The ticket was issued because prior to trimming and cutting the tree, he was supposed to obtain a permit, and a permit was not on file for the tree.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I found out about the violation during my routine inspection. I was doing the sanitation route, and I observed a very large pile of tree trimmings on the swale. And that's when I made contact with the property owner and explained to him why he received the ticket, and he later on appealed it. And we're here today.
And were you able to take any photographs of the violation that you viewed?
Yes.
Can you verify that, I'm sharing my screen again, that the photograph that I'm showing on my screen was taken by you?
Yes.
What is being depicted in this photograph?
In the photograph, you'll see tree trimmings from the tree that the property owner had cut and trimmed, and I'm guessing as well as other trees in the yard. Because if you look, there's different types of tree branches.
And was this picture also taken by you?
Yes.
And I have switched the screen. I'm sharing my screen again. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
Okay, in this photograph, you will observe what the tree looked like when I made contact with the property owner of the property. That's what was left of the tree.
Okay.
And what, just for the record, what does that show? Is that a trunk
That would be considered hat racking because the complete top of the tree is gone.
Okay, it's not cited in the violation, but I noted that, yeah, the substantially majority of the tree has been cut off.
Correct.
It's in the center of the photograph. Okay.
And would this have required a tree removal permit to be on file with the city?
Yes, the city would require a permit, and the property owner would be given instructions on how to properly trim and prune the tree. And if the tree needed to be removed, they would have given the property owner the instructions on what steps he needed to take to remove said tree.
And were you able to perform a search of the city's records to ascertain as to whether or not there was a permit on file on the date and time that you issued your ticket?
Yes, I did. I did a record search and there was no permit on file.
And was there an additional violation viewed in the form of tree abuse due to the improper pruning and trimming?
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Petit-Maitre, what is your, do you have any questions or comments regarding the code officer's testimony? You're muted. We need to unmute you. Now we.
Yeah, I have no questions, but I mean, as you can see, the tree is still here. It's still going to be a nuisance eventually, and it's here. I mean, whatever it is that was taken away, it's gonna go right back, as you can see.
Okay, but we did see a large tree with a very large circumference that had been hacked, and a great deal of trimmings and pruning on the swale of your residence. Obviously, that's significant cutting, correct? And that was done without a permit.
Correct.
Okay, let me understand something. Maybe the arborist can explain. Simply pruning or trimming a tree does not require a permit, does it? First, let's hear from the arborist, and then I'm going to ask her to please answer my question.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please answer the magistrate's question.
Okay, that is correct. Tree trimming does not require a permit in the city of North Miami. However, improper tree trimming does constitute tree abuse.
Okay,
so really the violation is tree abuse.
Yeah, I'm looking at the code right now, and it says this is what's prohibited under the code: pruning or trimming a tree in a manner that does not follow acceptable pruning or trimming practices established by ANSI A300 standards. How is someone supposed to know that? You know, how far can you trim and prune without incurring a violation for doing it without a permit?
Yeah, 25% per year is the ANSI standard, and that's not necessarily specified in our ordinance, but there are references and supporting documents listed in our ordinance that include that information. So, I mean, removing an entire canopy, that's clearly tree abuse. And also
Go ahead.
I was going to say, per our ordinance, I believe, I don't have it right in front of me, I can pull it up, but tree abuse is considered effectively removing in the ordinance. I can find that sentence if you need.
Is the amount of trimming and pruning that is shown in one of the photographs, which was put on the swale, is right. What does that illustrate to you as an arborist?
That makes me think that there were additional trees either removed or cut, because that's again a large amount of debris there, and by the size of the trunk that's remaining in the picture, I'd be surprised if it all came from that one tree. But regardless, that's that's a large amount of debris.
Okay. Council, you may proceed with any other questions you might have.
Yes. Ms. Walker, in accordance with Section 5-2309A of the city's code, does the city consider abused trees to be effectively removed and require replacement pursuant to the city's code provisions?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you have an opportunity to view the photo array that I showed earlier?
I did.
And in accordance with what you viewed, does this constitute tree abuse, which would require replacement of the trees under the city's code?
Yes, it does.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me hear again from the property owner if you have anything else to add. Questions, comments?
Yeah, and the officer was aware that it wasn't only my property that was being trimmed. The neighbor property was also being trimmed. It's just most of that trimming was done from my property.
Anything else? If not, I'm going to deny the appeal, find in favor of the city, affirm the violation, and assess costs. Thank you. Next case.
We're going to go back to ticket under Cervantes, CTBPR 2020-00065, address 1225 Northwest 130 Street. Is anyone here on behalf of this ticket? Please raise your hand.
We don't have anybody here on behalf. We don't have anyone here on behalf of this property. Special magistrate.
Okay.
Your Honor, is there anybody appearing for this case? Then at this time, the city would move for the appeal to be withdrawn because proper service has been given for today's hearing and the appellant has failed to appear. As such, the city moves for the appeal to be withdrawn and that the ticket to be affirmed with costs.
I find in favor of the city, deny the appeal, affirm the penalty as provided in the code, and assess costs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next ticket is for Deborah S. Williams, case number CTBPR 2020-00029, permit address 1090 Northwest 134th Street.
Okay, we have an Andrea Williams Wilson here on behalf of this property, Special Magistrate. Miss Walker, I'm going to unmute your mic and we will swear you into the record.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name and relationship to the property in question.
Andrea Williams Wilson. I live in the home. My mom is now deceased, so I'm in the process of getting the home switched over into my name.
Okay. Deborah Williams was your mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the property is still technically in her name, but you're the next of kin?
Yes, I am. I'm the next of kin.
Okay. Have you seen a copy of the violation?
Yes, I have.
Do you contest it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We're going to first have the city attorney make a presentation, and then we're going to give you an opportunity to be heard.
Okay.
I can get the city's witness to state your name and job title, please.
Wayne Clark, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And Officer Clark, on or about May 4th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13260 to Deborah Williams?
Yes. From what I can see, yes, it's kind of hard to see, but there's my handwriting, and I do see the address and the date. So, yes, correct.
And do you recall what the nature of the violation was for you issuing this ticket?
They installed the stamped concrete driveway on the property as well as the approach to the property.
And how did you find out about the violation?
I found out about the violation in passing in my daily routine in my zone.
And what did you find in your routine inspection that day?
That it was finished, I believe it was finished concrete at that time, and what kind of alerted me also was that I think they had some type of cones or something out there to prevent anyone from driving on it.
And were you able to take any photographs of the violation that you viewed?
The photograph that's up on the screen now depicting the violation.
And this photograph was taken by you?
Yes.
And was the second photograph also taken by you?
Yes. Could you hold on a sec? Could you scroll up some, please?
Yes.
So I can see if my, okay, I see that one. My name is on that one. Yes, that's where I was posting the ticket on that depiction.
And what is depicted in this photograph? What type of work?
Concrete installation on a single family property.
And would installation of a concrete driveway require a building permit under the city's code?
Yes.
Were you able to perform a search of the city's records to ascertain whether or not there was in fact a permit on file on the day and time that you issued your ticket?
There was none.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Was let me ask the code officer, was all of the work within the property, or was there some other work that was done on the sidewalk or the swale area?
Yeah, the approach to the driveway area of the property was constructed, as well as it looks, as well as some sidewalk areas. I'm sorry, I apologize. Some sidewalk areas in between the approach and the initial driveway on the property, as you can see depicted in the photo.
Okay, was that work being done contemporaneously with the other work that was being done inside the premises?
Yeah, all of it was done, yes, simultaneously together.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with the property owner at that time?
I spoke with the gentleman the day of, as you can see, he's in
one of the pictures?
Right, when I posted it, and I told him that he had the option to appeal the ticket, and I quite surely think I advised him that he needed to apply for an after-the-fact permit to correct the issue.
And what did he say?
He said, okay, as far as I remember, he didn't give me no problems or anything. So basically, I think that's all he said, and then he went back in the backyard, I believe it was.
Okay, so this falls under section 5-32, building permits. It shall be unlawful to start any construction in the city without obtaining a building permit. And there was no building permit posted, correct?
Yeah, there was no building permit.
Okay. Let me hear from the property owner, Ms. Williams.
Yes, I just want to say that I was aware that a permit needed to be pulled. However, we went with Stamp Concrete, and they stated that your building was closed due to the public and that they would pull a permit. So we were under understanding that this permit was pulled. And then once we got cited, that's when we were aware that no one had pulled a permit. So I was dealing with the Luis Flores and also a Scott Harrison, who's the owner of this company, who stated that they would go ahead and pull a permit, but that this Lewis was doing business and he no longer worked for him. So also we were deceived in this, and we did not know that what was truly going on, but we were told that the permit was being pulled by the company. That's the only reason that the permit was not pulled, and that you guys were closed due to the public because of the pandemic.
Okay, but at no time did you ever see a permit posted on the front door as required by the code?
No, I did not. And only time that I knew that it was not when I started getting text messages from a person named Scott Harrison, who owns this stamped concrete company, who stated that no permit was ever pulled and that he would go ahead and he would help us to pull the permit. That's the only reason that I know. And he started contacting me on May 17th. Before then, I did not know that.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, any questions?
But can I just say another thing?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and also this thing that we paid this money to this person, and as the officer stated, but the driveway is not complete. It still has not been completed. I did not have any more work done until we finished and we were going through this, because at this point I didn't know what else to do, and it's like I'm already out of money. Because I was deceived from a person who was supposed to be a licensed contractor and working with this company.
I understand. Madam City Attorney?
No further questions of the witness. However, I'm not aware of the building department being closed down due to COVID. However, I am aware that there were some restrictions and limitations whereby contractors had to come in. There was limited capacity inside of the building department, but no restrictions in place as far as obtaining building permits.
Well, no, he stated that I could not go in myself. You guys were closed to me, but I'm not going to know that. I'm thinking that he's credible and he's telling me the truth. In all honesty, he was deceiving me. Because again, I knew that a permit should have been pulled. And when I'm asking this stuff, and then like I said, May 17th is when I found out that nothing had been done.
Understood.
Well, there are remedies available to you, either with the state attorney's office or with the building official within the city, that perhaps you can get some of your expenses reimbursed. But
Your Majesty, but also, I'm sorry.
I'm not. Let me finish. I'm not going to give you legal advice, but okay. The fact that you were misled or defrauded is no defense to the fact that work was being done at your home without a building permit. So if you feel that you were deceived, there are certain things you can do to be made whole, if you will.
Can I just make one thing? So when I was speaking to this Scott Harrison, who is the owner, he stated that it was other complaints for this Luis Flores through the city of North Miami, and that you guys were aware of this, that he's been going on stating that he's still working with this company. He's a licensed contractor, and when reality that he's not.
Well, you may have to come and file a formal complaint with the building official, and he knows what to do as far as proceeding with civil or criminal administrative penalties for representing himself as a contractor while he has no license to do so. But I'm going to find in favor of the city. I'm going to deny the appeal and assess costs in the appropriate amount.
Can I ask what would the assessed cost be?
The cost, the code compliance department will tell you, is it $100? Yes. $100.
Plus the ticket cost.
Plus the ticket cost. Okay, and you can make arrangements at their office if you're not able to pay the entire amount. I'm sure that they will work with you on a payment schedule.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next case.
The next case is Fitzgerald Jean Baptiste, case number CTMIS 2020-00030, property address 660 Northwest 143rd Street.
Okay, will he be sworn?
Such Magistrate, we do have someone here on behalf of the property. We're going to swear him in before his testimony.
Let's do it.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do. Thank you.
All right, speak loud and clearly. Please tell us your name and your relationship to the property owner.
My name is Fitzgerald Jean Baptiste. I'm the owner of the property and 660 Northwest 146th Street, North Miami, Florida 33168.
Okay, you've received a violation for failing to renew your certificate of use at your business.
Yes.
Are you contesting that violation?
Yes, I already reviewed the permit already, Honor.
Are you saying that you've already renewed your certificate of use?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Have you shown it to the city?
I got it from the city, but I told the officer, the assistant clerk, I told him that.
All right, I'm going to let the city attorney present.
Can I get the witness to please state your name and title with the City of North Miami?
Wayne Clark, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And Officer Clark, on or about June 12th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13266?
Yes.
Can you explain what the nature of the violation is for which you issued this ticket?
Failure to renew the certificate of use for his business.
And what's the name of the business?
Friends Auto Repair.
And how did you find out about the violation?
We found out we have a list that we have to act on once the license are expired, and they have a certain amount of time to renew such documentation for the city to operate the business. And at the time when I checked, there was only a business tax receipt minus the certificate of use.
And when was their certificate of use expired? When were they required to renew this?
Every year, the same time, September 30th, everything expired. All the business tax receipts and business documentations for the city's requirements are expired on September 30th. It should actually be tomorrow and has to be renewed thereafter.
And so on the day and time that you issued your ticket, there was no renewal on file?
No. But since then, he has one on file. The exact date, it was in my case file. I don't know if you have that with you, but I did attach it to it, showing that he is now current on both the business tax receipt as well as the certificate of use, which he was issued the civil ticket for.
So he did comply, but it was after the fact, after the issuance of the civil violation ticket?
Yes, as far as I know, I'll have to check the dates to be exactly correct, but I'm quite sure that it was after that. He maybe can show you documentation showing otherwise or proving such.
Give me 1 second. Share screen. Is the renewal that I'm showing on my screen, is this Eden printout, is this the renewal that you're referring to?
Yeah, I could see it somewhat. Yes, as you can see at the top where it says active licenses, it now has the zone certificate of use attached. That's current, good for this year to expire September 30th, 2021.
And
so he did apply.
And
now,
was it secured before or after you issued your ticket?
That wasn't there when I first looked it up before I issued the ticket. But then I don't know if he went there after. You would have to ask him if he went after he received the citation, if he renewed it, because right there it just shows the expiration date of the certificate and not the initial date where he renewed it with cost.
Okay. And did you look in the same system on the day and time that you issued your ticket?
Yes.
And did it show renewed at that time?
No, or I wouldn't have issued him a civil ticket if it had showed current at that time. Only thing was there was the business tax receipt info.
Thank you. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, but before I allow the property owner to cross-examine, just explain the process to me. I'm not quite familiar with the city's process for issuing a BTR or certificate of use. Are they both issued contemporaneously, or are they issued separately?
I believe they are separate, but they're two separate documents or operating licenses for the city, but their renewal dates and the expiration dates are the same.
They expire on September 30th.
Exactly.
Okay, so he had a BTR. He did not have a certificate of use.
Correct. At that time.
And the certificate of use is required because this property is not zoned properly, or what is the difference between a certificate of use and a BTR?
A certificate of use, I believe, is a reference to the allowed business type in that area, and it specifically states what the business operations is. The business tax receipt is for the day-to-day operations of the business itself.
Okay. Does every business require a certificate of use?
Just about every business. I don't know if every business, but maybe 99% of the businesses are required a certificate of use. Maybe some nonprofits and businesses like that. You know, some of them may not.
Is it issued by the same office within the city, or is it issued by, say, the planning department?
One's issued by the planning department.
Which one?
The certificate of use.
Okay, and the BTR is issued by finance?
The BTR is issued, the finance, yeah.
Okay. Sir, the code officer has testified that on the day in question, you did not have a certificate of use. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. Order. Yes, I agree. I was at this time.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Yes, I agree. Order.
You say you have. You agree with me that on the day in question, you did not have a certificate of use. You had a BTR, but you did not have a certificate of use issued as of that day, correct?
Yes, you're right.
All right. So based on that, on the admitted testimony and everything I've heard, I deny the appeal. I rule in favor of the city, and I believe the fine here is only $100. Correct? That's what it says here.
Okay, and that's what it is.
Okay, so $100 plus the city's costs. All right, next case. Thank you. Have a good day.
The next case is Galvez, case number SDC VT 2020-00033, property address 410 Northeast 132 Terrace. Aaron Barber is the officer.
And we do have someone here at the city, special magistrate.
Okay. Can you swear her in, please?
Yes, we will proceed to swear her in.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand.
Okay, we will enable the Spanish interpreter.
All right, we have an interpreter. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Señora, ok, un momento, señora, yo soy su intérprete. Just a second. Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm? Translator.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios. I cannot hear. Can she get closer to the microphone?
She's too close to the camera. I need to see her hand. I need to see her face.
Acérquese al micrófono, señora. Acérquese al micrófono para hablar.
¿Dónde está el micrófono? No.
He's telling her the opposite.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios.
Sí, juro.
Yes, I do. Puede bajar la mano.
She's ready to be sworn. Mr. Interpreter, can you translate the oath?
I did already, Your Honor. And
All right, then she doesn't. Then she's sworn, so she doesn't need to raise her right hand.
Yes, she did already, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
He can't give it the oath, the special magistrate.
All right.
Was I supposed to give it to her and then
Yes,
he translates it?
yes, I understand.
So I'm going to administer the oath, and Spanish interpreter, you interpret what I say to her to give her the oath, okay?
Sure. Una vez más,
Please
señor.
raise your right hand.
Una vez más, levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Jura y afirma
the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings
que el testimonio que dará en este procedimiento
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
será la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios?
Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, we got through that. Now, ma'am, please tell us your full name and address for the record.
Señora, díganos su nombre completo.
María Galvez,
María Galvez. ¿Cuál es su dirección?
410 Northeast, 132 Tierra, North Miami, 33161.
Are you the owner?
My address is 410 Northeast, 132nd Terrace, North Miami, Florida, 33161.
Are you the owner of the property?
¿Es dueña de la propiedad usted? Yes.
You are being charged with violations of the city code in reference to disposing of paint, sealant, and other items through a storm drain across the street from your property. Do you contest a violation?
Señora, la violación por la que está usted es porque usted había sacado pintura, sellantes y otros materiales y los había puesto al frente de su propiedad. ¿Está usted de acuerdo a eso o disputa?
La que saca a ese lado se pone la basura pesada los jueves.
Well, on Thursdays, bulk trash is placed on that side.
On top of the drain?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can you repeat?
Yes, on top of the drain for the stormwater system.
Y eso tiene que ser puesto sobre el drenaje para la lluvia. No.
Okay, so all right, we'll get to you in a moment. We'll just let the city first present its case, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond.
Bueno, la ciudad va a presentar su caso, después le daré la oportunidad para que usted responda.
Madam City Attorney, please proceed.
I can get my witness to state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
La oficial se está presentando.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And Officer Barber, on or about February 6th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13183 to Maria Macias Galvez?
Yes, I did.
Oficial, en febrero 2 del 2020, usted emitió el ticket 13183 a María Galvez. Sí, lo hice.
And can you confirm that the ticket that is shown on my screen is the ticket that you issued?
Yes, that is my ticket. Yes.
¿Este es el ticket que usted emitió? Sí, este es mi ticket.
And what is the nature of the violation for which you issued this ticket?
¿Cuál fue la razón por la que usted le dio este ticket?
The ticket was cited under the illegal disposal section, and it was referring to the paint. There was a paint bucket that was that appeared to be deliberately facing upside down onto the storm drain, and paint had gone into the storm drain. The ticket was issued for that.
La razón por la que yo di este ticket es porque pintura, material para sellar, fue puesto en el otro lado de la calle y eran recipientes de 5 galones y aparentemente la pintura el recipiente fue puesto al revés y la pintura entró en el drenaje. Esa fue la razón.
And Officer Barber, were you able to take any photographs of the violation?
I did, yes. These are my photos.
Oficial, ¿usted pudo tomar algunas fotos de la violación? Sí, estas son mis fotos.
So this photo array dated February 6, 2020 was taken by you?
Yes, yes, those are my photos.
Esta foto de febrero 6 del 2020 fue tomada por usted. Sí, son mis fotos.
And what is being depicted in these photographs?
In the photos, this is what I saw when I appeared in the area. The bucket, the bucket with the paint that had been coming out of it appeared to be placed deliberately upside down. The lid of the bucket is up on top of it. And you can see the paint is down inside the storm drain through the grate and into the drain.
Bueno, lo que yo pude ver es que yo vi estos recipientes de pintura y aparentemente el recipiente de pintura fue puesto deliberadamente cabeza abajo de manera de que el contenido entrara en el drenaje y se puede ver que la tapa está puesta encima.
And is it considered a violation of Section 9-19 of the city's code for paint to be disposed in this manner?
Yes, it is.
Y es una violación al código de la ciudad, al número 9-19 por poner escombros de esta manera. Sí, lo es.
No further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
No tengo más preguntas para este testigo, su señoría.
Let me ask the code officer a couple of questions. Was there ongoing construction or painting at the property in question?
The paint that from the bucket, it was the driveway for the property that was cited. It was the same paint. It was the same color. And they noted in a conversation after the ticket was issued that it was their paint.
Okay, are we dealing here with two violations or one? You testified that you can't put paint on a drain, dispose paint by way of putting it down the drain. That's clear.
Yes, sir.
Also, is there a violation for illegal dumping or some other type of violation? Or?
It was, well, the section that I cited under was illegal disposal. It was a Chapter 9-19A. It's illegal disposal.
Okay.
And it includes water.
Anticipating what the property owner is going to be saying,
Yes,
it appears that her position is that that's where homeowners normally put out their garbage to be picked up by the city. Is that accurate?
Well, per code, they should be placing their bulk trash in front of their own property, not across the street. But the issue with this was the fact that the bucket wasn't tipped over. The bucket was, it was more the paint going into the waterways.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the two violations. One is for draining the paint, and then the other one is for the dumping, as I call it. Is that the normal way that residents dispose of bulk waste, or do they need to put it all in a bag or in some kind of a container before it's picked up by the city or the county?
Actually, paint is not permitted. Paint is wet paint is not permitted to be placed out with bulk trash because it can cause, when the trucks grab it, it can cause the paint to be splattered everywhere. So those are items that are not typically picked up with a regular bulk trash. But again, in this, what I would typically do is I would remove the paint and let the property owner know. But in this case, the paint had already been disposed.
Yeah, but if you put aside the paint for a minute,
Yes.
and people just want to throw out stuff they don't need, would they typically just dump it all on the street or sidewalk or swale, or would they put it on a container for the company to remove it for bulk waste?
For bulk trash, the items that are small enough to go in a bag should go in a bag. Otherwise, they are allowed to just set items out.
So if it was just a bucket, not a can of paint,
Yes,
could she have put a bucket out to be picked up as bulk waste?
She could have, yes. It should have been in front of her own property. But yes, sir, she could have put that out. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Galvez, now you have an opportunity through the interpreter to tell us why I should not agree with the city's position.
Bueno, señora Galvez, ahora tiene usted la oportunidad, a través del intérprete, de decirnos por qué razón yo no debería estar de acuerdo con lo que él dice el oficial de la ciudad. Adelante, al micrófono.
Ya, yo no estoy de acuerdo porque el cubo estaba vacío. Yo pinté y me faltó pintura. El cubo estaba vacío, eran residuos nada más. El otro cubo estaba lleno y como no sé dónde se recicla, lo puse a un costado.
Un momento, señora, un momento. Okay, I do not agree because the bucket was empty, so I just placed it outside. And the other one that had some in it, I didn't know where to dispose it, so I just placed it next to it. Continúe.
En ese lado, toda la cuadra pone la basura pesada los días jueves. Yo puse ahí mi basura, la gente se llevó la basura, deduzco que alguien movió el cubo. Se llevaron los rolos, las brochas y voltearon el cubo porque no había pintura, residuo de agua, tal vez. Pintura no.
Un momento, señora. That is the area where everybody places the bulk trash for Thursdays. And on Thursday, and I believe the people who came to pick up the garbage, they took away the brushes and all the other stuff, and they knocked it over the bucket. So it looks like that.
Why wasn't it placed on her side of the street, on her property? Why was it placed across the street?
¿Por qué no puso todo eso en su lado de la propiedad y no lo puso al otro lado?
Desde que compré la casa, todo el mundo tira la basura de ese lado porque el carro pasa por el lado derecho. Una vez puse de mi lado y no se la llevaron.
Un momento. Since I bought the house, I learned that everybody places their bulk trash on that side of the road. So that's what I always did. And in one occasion, I placed it on my side and they did not pick it up.
Do you agree that paint should not be disposed through the drainage system?
¿Usted está de acuerdo que esto no debería haber sido vaciado dentro del drenaje?
Claro, yo estoy de acuerdo que no, pero yo no lo decía ahí. Yo saqué toda la basura para ese lado.
Oh, of course, I do agree, but I did not dispose it into the drainage. I placed the garbage in the other side.
How did that paint get on top of the drain?
¿Cómo es que esa pintura entonces se ve que está sobre el drenaje?
Residuos de pintura, el cubo estaba vacío.
Well, there was no paint. The bucket was empty.
What is the white stuff on top of the drain?
Y esa cosa blanca que se nota, esa cosa blanca sobre el drenaje, ¿qué es?
Residuo, pero el cubo casi no me alcanzó la pintura, residuo, a lo que se volteó residuo. No era mucha pintura, residuos nada más.
It was just a residual, it was just some paint because I did not have enough paint to do my painting work.
All right, I've heard enough. I'm going to deny the appeal, rule in favor of the city. I find this to be really a gross violation of the code section. I would hope that residents understand that the storm drain system is not for disposing paint or any other sealant or anything else. That's how we get the bay to die, as we saw recently in the last couple of months. this is outrageous, and I think the fine is appropriate, and I award costs in favor of the city.
Bueno, estoy dando, este es mi fallo. La apelación suya es negada porque yo pienso que esta es una negligencia extrema. El echar este tipo de materiales en el drenaje. Por lo tanto, yo estoy de acuerdo con la ciudad para que se apruebe la multa y los costos.
All right, next case.
The next case is MIP Express Corporation. Case number CTBPR 2020-00011, property address 469 Northeast 130 Street.
We do have the property owner here today, Special Magistrate.
Okay.
Paul, I'm going to unmute you and start your video. Before we're going to swear you in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your full name, address, and relationship to the property.
Paul Pokar. I live at 8033 Northwest, 192nd Terrace, Hialeah, Florida, 33015. And we're the owners.
You're the owner of the property at 469 Northeast 130th Street, North Miami.
Yeah, it's under corporation.
Yeah, it's MIP Express Corporation, correct?
Correct. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you're an officer?
I'm not listed yet, so it doesn't show in Sumbis, but it's under, my brother does show there, Christian Pokar, who has my same last name.
Okay, so your brother is an officer, you're not?
In records at this point, yes.
Okay, my concern is, do you have the authority to speak on behalf of the corporation?
Absolutely. I've been on top of the remodeling, on top of the everything, and you can see my contact, my name, my email address with the city.
Okay.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right. Considering that you're under oath, whatever you say on behalf of the corporation is binding on the corporation, okay?
No problem. It's okay.
All right. Do you understand the charges against you or the charges against the corporation?
I do understand, but there might be something wrong. But if you want to read the case and everything, I'll explain myself after.
Let me, if there's an issue, we'll deal with it later. At this point, I just want to make sure that you understand what the charges are.
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, please proceed.
And get the witness to state your name and job title for the record.
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
And Officer Barber, on or about March 12th of 2020, did you issue civil violation ticket number 13343 to MIP Express Corporation?
Yes, I did.
And is the ticket that I'm showing on my screen the ticket that you issued?
Yes, that's the ticket I issued.
And what is the nature of the violation for this ticket?
I cited them for Section 5-32, building without a permit. It was the starting driveway installation, driveway construction, and there were no permits on file.
And how did you find out about the violation?
Routine inspection of the area.
And what did you find upon your routine inspection on the day and time of the ticket?
When I was driving through the area, I noticed that they were working, because they had been working at that property. I saw that the area had been marked off, set for the concrete, getting ready for the concrete pour. So I decided to go up and check and make sure that they had permits prior to the concrete truck coming out and pouring the concrete.
And were you able to take any photographs of the violations that you viewed?
I did, yes.
And I'm sharing my screen with you. Can you confirm that this photo array dated March 12, 2020 was taken by you?
Yes, those are my photos.
And what is being depicted in these photos?
This was when I came up on the scene in the morning. Like I said, the gentlemen were prepping the area in anticipation of the concrete truck to come out and pour. So I had the Officer Beswick come out and post a stop work order at that time.
And would installation of a concrete driveway and approach require a building permit under the city's code?
Yes, it would.
And were you able to perform a search of the city's records to see whether or not there was any building permit on file on the day and time that you issued your ticket?
Yes, I checked our records that morning, and there were no permits on file at that time.
All right. No further questions from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, a couple of questions. The stop work order was issued by the building official or his designee?
Yes.
Okay. That's your vehicle shown
Yes.
on the photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any interior work being done?
I'm not aware of any interior work at the time. I was just outside.
So other than the driveway, was any other work being done outside the property?
No, I'm not aware of any other.
All right. There are two individuals shown on one of the photographs. Did you have a chance to have a conversation with either one of them?
I did ask if they had any permits, and they said they didn't know. So I had checked our system in my laptop in the vehicle.
Okay. Do you recall whether those individuals had any association to the owner of the property?
No, sir. I don't know that.
All right. Let me hear from the property owner. If you have any cross-examination or comments regarding the code officer's testimony, now it's your turn.
My turn, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I do know that we require permits on any remodeling. And for the inside, we do have permits. And
when was that permit issued?
2019. June 26, 2019. But this is for interior remodeling. And has been fully approved already, as you can see. Now, I do also have permits for fence, which also passed and approved. Now, going directly into the driveway, we were working on pulling permits. All right, and here comes the very important part, Your Honor. We were putting the concrete away. As you can see, there's divided the grass in one side, putting a new grass. We were not pouring. The picture shows there. It's a U-Haul, not a concrete, a truck to pour concrete. It's a U-Haul. U-Haul, we collect all that grass on one side. I have pictures before and after. There was grass before. And on the other side, we were just pulling the concrete. Look, this is how it was before. Oh. And well, it's exactly the same pictures. On this side, we were pouring, we just cleaned it, and the other side had grass, and I had pictures before. So we were not pouring any concrete at all. When she arrived there, I do remember seeing her. She was very kind, we had a small chat, and I explained that we do have permit for the inside, and it's on records since June 26, 19. And then we also have permit for the fence, it passed. For the concrete, we never pour concrete until it was approved. We started the process, and then we got the permit it took longer. I could be honest, it took longer because initially I thought it was going to be like paver driveway, but in the city, they call it street grade, something like that. It took longer, but at the end, we passed it and has been closed, approved and closed. It passed permit, I have it here, April 23rd.
What year?
This year.
A permit for what?
They call it street and grade. Because we had another permit before we submitted that was they call it pavers. But they said because it was before this how do you call it? The walkway is called street and grade, but if it were to be after, it's called driveway. It took longer, but at the end we did. And after everything was approved, we poured the concrete. But in that pictures, as you can see, there's no truck with the concrete, sand, nothing. We were just collecting the grass and the concrete, the broken concrete that was there. But we weren't pouring anything.
Let me understand the sequence.
Sure.
Before you did any work on the driveway, what was there?
It was one side grass and the other side was broken concrete. I have pictures before, but I will need to look at it.
Okay. So when you first decided to do the interior renovations, your intention as far as the driveway was concerned was to do what? What were you going to do? What was your plan?
We weren't going to do anything. We were just leaving that at the end, but then we decided to fix it because it was broken. We were just going to leave it like that. But when the appearance was very bad, so that we decided to do it at that moment, like the fence. The fence, we decided to do it at the beginning while we were interior designing or doing the interior remodeling. But then we said, you know what, let's do the fence too.
Okay, I'm a little confused, okay, because I'm seeing a driveway and there's dirt on that driveway and it's being prepared for something, whether it's concrete, landscaping, tiles, pavers. You're doing work on the driveway, getting it ready to do something. What is that something?
We were evaluating two costs, to put concrete or to put grass, because concrete is much more expensive. But then we decided to do concrete and the other half grass, as it shows the final picture, because it's less expensive. So that's why we didn't even, if you see there, we don't even have what the city requires, the 4 inches. We have, I think, less. It's not even level yet. Because we didn't want to talk 4 inches, which is the city requires, because we didn't know yet what we're going to finally do.
So you ended up with grass?
One side. And the other side, concrete.
What it looks like today?
Exactly.
That's what it looks like today?
Exactly. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you pulled a permit for both the grass and the concrete, or just the concrete?
Just the concrete, because the grass doesn't need permits.
All right, and what was the date when you pulled that permit?
April. Well, let me see, because we started as a paver, because the city told us it was paver, but then when they went there, they said it was different. So we started on April 6th.
That's when you pulled the permit?
We applied for the permit, yes.
Okay. All right, and that's approximately a month or so after the violation?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me get some clarification from the city attorney or the code officer. Okay. Does the fact that he was just grading the driveway, getting it ready and prepared for either a pour or tiles or pavers, is the grading in and of itself illegal construction?
Well, Your Honor, the reading of the city's code is that it's illegal to start construction prior to securing the permit. And if you look at the pictures that were shown, it's clear that there was some excavation work here. There was removal. And if you look, there's clearly concrete forms placed there. Concrete forms are typically used for pouring of concrete, not for installation of grass, not for installation of pavers. So clearly, there was the engagement of some construction here in preparation for some type of concrete installation. And this was, as in accordance with the date of the picture on March 12, 2020, the property owner did not come in by his own testimony and apply for any type of construction for this driveway until April 6, 2020. It's the city's position that concrete forms should not have been installed there. No excavation should have been taking place prior to permits being on file with the city.
Where is the excavation?
If you look at the picture that I'm showing in my screen, if you look, and I'm putting my cursor there, there is sidewalk exposed. I'm not sure how many inches that is, but it should have been flush with whatever was there prior. So that's telling the viewer of this picture that there was some removal of maybe 3 to 4 inches. I'm not, I'd have to defer to the Public Works Department as to how thick our sidewalks are. But it's not flush there. The property owner definitely removed material there and in anticipation of installing some type of new material in this area. And we can ascertain that it was most likely concrete that they were considering installing because there's concrete forms here.
Those wooden forms on the perimeter of the driveway, is that consistent with a plan to pour concrete, or is that consistent with something else?
I'll defer to the city's witness for answering that, but in all the cases I've seen, typically wood forms are placed there for stabilization of the liquid concrete, and it would remain there until the concrete sets, and then the wood forms would be removed. I'm not aware of any other type of material that you would use those wood forms for, but again, I'll defer to the city's witness.
Okay, let me hear from the city's witness.
Yes, anytime that a driveway is being framed out, anything that I've ever seen has been with the forms in this.
Yeah, and I do know, Madam City Attorney, in looking at section 5-32, it says it shall be unlawful to start any construction, and therefore it appears to me that this is the beginning of work on the driveway and fits within the ordinance. And therefore, having heard all the testimony and noticed the photographs, looking at the record, my ruling is to deny the appeal and affirm the city's position and agree that the fine is appropriate and costs shall be assessed against the property owner. So thank you very much. We're done with the cases. Is that the last one?
That's it, sir.
Okay. So without any further ado, is there something else that anybody wants to bring up?
No, sir. The city's case, the city's agenda is complete.
Okay. So we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You as well.